Tive que tomar banho só um bocadinho. Tomar banho para estar e depois estava a respirar por internet. Parar para um banho. Eu estou sempre a dizer, pá, legal. Não é um problema.
E puta, não estou nada preparado para eles. Acho que vou embora cedo.
Qual é que é o teu fato?
Um fato normal. Eu vou todo preto.
Fato azul, depois gravadinha.
Camisa, quer dizer, tenho que ver se a minha camisa preta estava boa. T-shirt com calça.
Camisa preta?
É, eu vou todo preto, mano. Eu não tinha a minha última gala, tenho que ir a. Parece-me que não.
E como na tua?
Não, não, na tua não tens camisa branca. Sem gola.
Isso é verdade.
Foda-se. Eu até dizia que ia trajar pela tuna para a gala, mas era. Era um caramelo com chapéu, mas. Então.
Amigo.
Então, amiga.
Ya.
Antes da feira.
Não. Por acaso não me saquei. Por acaso sou bem cómico. Eu só preciso beber uma garrafa de água antes de dormir e fico bem. Eu antes de ir embora, porque eu bebi uma garrafa de água, cheguei a casa, fui dormir e fiquei bem. O problema foi acordar que eu... Acordar é o caralho.
Olha, já me sabia cena para logo.
Eu vi cenas de pombos, havia uns.
Deve ser
Uma
para...
maçã.
É até hoje.
Queres tipo um
Mas isso
pão
tem
com
coça que sou... Coça. Eu sou participante. Eu estou capaz de...
Quando eu amo, quando eu amo.
Queres água, alguma coisa?
Olha, como só mesmo
Ou café?
não gostaria mesmo. Não para mim, tu ganho maioria que a mulher do caralho, vais
Não, mas isto é um combate. O IPCB. Dentro da minha escola shop. Isto não é.
E eles foram técnico. Oh, mãe, anda direito, vais ficar com uma corcunda. Direito, olha a corcunda.
Tu foste comprar um sumo.
Eu tenho de meter
Ai, isso é bem bom para a ressaca. Ai, esse é bem bom para a ressaca.
açúcar.
Yeah. Eu vou explicar, eu fui trabalhar de ressaca de sono e foi um pacote de bolachas de casa de açúcar e isso me fez sobreviver o dia todo.
Ai. Aí já estás pronto para o sexo.
Vitaminas e minerais. Também deve ter isso.
O meu nome já tem aqui no alinhar.
Tem que exultar. Apresentação ao voto. Eu tenho muito bem.
Eu tenho no alinhar de Lisboa.
Vai preta.
Coca-Cola.
É possível. Olha, certeza que a cheirinho time tem canetas. Tens?
Tenho tudo pega, agora foi buscar tudo pega.
Tem caneta aí?
Tem caneta aí?
Não,
Não vi.
ah, caneta tem. É um DJ, Martins, um DJ. DJ!
Ai, cacete, mano.
Eu sou Carla.
Quando estás perdido?
Não escreve. Ah, esse tem que buscar aqui. Já está.
Chefe da mesa.
Tirem o som que estou a falar de ressaca. Pega.
E eu que fiz um novo ISN card um dia antes do PM. Porque o meu ISN card expirou 2 dias antes da PM. E eu estava a ver, bom, como é que eu compro? Será que é válida a compra?
Estão lindas? Está a funcionar?
Foi o que eu fiz, porque eu tive que me inscrever, tipo, comprar a viagem, o ticket no último dia. A viagem?
A viagem? Sem ver para saber.
Não vale uma merda. Eu fui o primeiro a chegar cá, um bocadinho.
Quem diria?
Cada um não vale.
Sabes porque é que há maçãs? Há maçãs por minha causa.
Guys, just so you know, we are now swinging, okay?
Então não será bem assim, por favor, nós partimos com o GR.
Sim, sim, sim. Mete nos 3 pontinhos, acho que. Yeah. Não, é nos outros 3 pontinhos.
Nobody claps for shit.
So, hello everyone, I'm Francisco and I'm applying for President of ESN Portugal. Here's a little bit about myself. I started in 2019 in ESN Coimbra. I participated in an Erasmus Plus Scholar, this means in high school, in Manchester, UK, and I hold a Bachelor in Management and a Master in Quantitative Finance from the University of Coimbra. Here's a little bit about my ESN path until now. I started off in ESN Coimbra as Partnerships Manager. The year after I was Treasurer. Meanwhile, I was Business and Finance Community Manager of ESN Portugal. The year before this one, I was President of ESN Coimbra. At the same time, I was Education Officer of ESN Portugal, and now I hold the position of Secretary. My motivation is basically 4 points. I did not have the opportunity to participate in Erasmus Plus while I was doing my bachelor degree, so that's my reason for applying for ESN. So I thought I could contribute to the international community, and this is how I did it. The main focus for my application today is the advocacy for European integration, citizenship and mobility, because this is a topic that I think it's preeminent in our network. The second reason is, of course, the Erasmus Plus program, as it is the most important program regarding student mobility, and the name of our organization, obviously. aim to advocate for ESN values, causes and mission even further, and obviously work in favor of the Erasmus generation. Now going into my focal points. My first focal point is policy and advocacy. I want to focus on enhancing even more the reach ESN Portugal has been having for the last years. So the main point, ESN survey, as it is the most important project for data collection within the network, and the main goal here is to understand which are the barriers that students face while doing their mobility and why they don't go on mobility. With this, we can do a report, a national report, and address directly these issues with the stakeholders. The second point is the Erasmus Generation in Action that's been developing now in the network. This project is obviously focused on European citizenship and promoting the European values, and this can also be a great point to collect data from students to understand how they are not involved civically while they're doing their mobilities, and what we can do as a network to address these issues and promote their active participation in society. These 2 points focus on the third one, policy documents. So the next year, I aim to, from the ESN survey and EGIA projects, to have policy documents done with stakeholders, for stakeholders, so we can take a common action on the field of education. And obviously dissemination this to other stakeholders, and also when we do external representation, we have some base on what we are saying. Passa aí o slide. Tá? Okay. Then my second focal point, external representation and recognition. Obviously the main topic of this focal point is institutional partners and how we can engage, enhance our representation. This can also be done by engaging in activities specific for stakeholders where we can gather either students and important stakeholders. This means higher education institutions, national agencies, local policymakers, and discuss and make students approachable to local policymakers. On another point, I aim to focus my mandate on the European Universities Initiative, as this is a great project where we can enhance our power, and also sections have an active role in promoting. And lastly, focus on Erasmus alumni. Actually, when I focus on Erasmus alumni, it's twofold. Firstly, on Erasmus Plus program alumni and ESN Portugal alumni. On the first side, we have been cooperating with the national agency, and the aim is go even further and reach even more alumni to this network. And on the other hand, to tackle this with the Vice President, to have a continuous approach on alumni and allow them to be together with us and work together. My third point, it's obviously the education department. I decided to make this a focal point because this is something really recent in ESN Portugal. And obviously I talked about the 5 positions. The first position, the liaison officer for European affairs. The main goal is to continue the approach that has been done until now, meaning focus on cooperating with the representation of the European Commission, the representation of the European Parliament in Portugal, also make sections cooperate with Europe Direct centers and Eurodesk. On the other hand, and I think this is actually very important and a point where we can make really a difference with the liaison officer for internationalization and address different types of mobility, mainly mobilities to the UK, to Switzerland, but outside the European continent, and here I want to specifically target some organizations. I want to target Fulbright Portugal, the European Foundation for Lusodescendentes, FLAD, and the Embassy of Brazil in Portugal, and youth associations regarding those students. Finally, the liaison officer for youth, we have been having a great presence within the National Youth Council, but also with youth organizations, and this needs to be continued, nurtured, and enhanced. And lastly, with the education officer and the education community manager, I aim to have a broader scope. So with the education officer, tackle representation issues with the other LOs, with joint coordination, and with the community manager, think about training specific for the community. This means, for example, with the LO for internationalization, focused on international credit mobility, and the other projects for mobility. Thank you so much for your attention.
So, each of these is open. Someone writing questions? Halfway.
Also like good. Okay, so Carolina Yasanabe. So first, thank you for your application. My question is regarding your focal point number 2, the point number 3, Erasmus alumni. You didn't mention the alumni strategy. Do you intend to continue this with the strategy following the concept note of June 2022, or do you intend to create a new concept note and follow it?
No, the aim is to continue the strategy, and specifically I intend to tackle this with the Vice President on having alumni doing some trainings in training events. I think that would be really fruitful. And on the other hand, trying to keep track of who are the alumni, where are the alumni, and how they can enhance the network with the positions they are holding now, either in or out the organization.
Guy?
Hello, hi, I'm from ESD Poland. First of all, congratulations.
My dear. Way louder.
First of all, congratulations on your candidacy, and it's also nice to see that you are very engaged on the international level, since we have met on different occasions. So I have two questions in one, kind of, but you can tackle them separately or however you prefer. Also, sorry if they are maybe out of context, because I don't know maybe some of the grants that you have. But what are the key priorities in the cooperation with institutional partners that you identify, and what kind of initiatives would you consider to organize to engage local sections in the advocacy efforts so they can also benefit from the institutional partnerships?
So one thing that I mentioned is the activities for stakeholder engagement, and we have been doing this with the celebration of the birthday of ESN Portugal. This is a main advocacy event, let's put it this way, where we invite local sections and also stakeholders from ESN Portugal, and I think that will be an important gathering to maintain because we can focus on that. Also, I'm open for ESN sections to reach out to me if they need help regarding their local institutions or other stakeholders. Can you repeat just the first part of your question?
What are the key priorities that you have identified in cooperation with the stakeholders?
So the main priority here will be to maintain and nurture the relation with the national agency, specifically on the policy documents, so conceive them together and understand how...
Maybe I can clarify the topics, the key priorities and the topics that you would like to tackle.
So, the ESN survey data with them and the Erasmus alumni strategy.
Thank you.
Gonçalo?
Should be continued in the projects area. However, we can collect data from projects and use it in education for advocacy. So that's the purpose. So we gather the data and we apply it to advocacy. But okay, as we don't have applications for the secretary position, I also answer this in the Q&A. My vision for this is to divide the tasks between the national board, if elected, and try to manage the portfolio like that. So the idea here is to create a task force to support sections, and this has to be twofold, as you said, because some sections are really involved, some sections are still engaged, starting their engagement. So on the one hand, we need to nurture the relations with, understand with the sections that already have an established relationship, how they can enhance it and push it even further to enhance also ESN, and how can we engage with the sections that are not that much involved, how can we start the cooperation, and this can also happen on the network. So imagine an alliance and we have other ESN sections already there. If an ESN section from Portugal is not, maybe we can start the cooperation within the network and then push it further. Or also start engaging with the higher education institutions.
Yeah.
The position for liaison officer for internationalization has not developed much work this past mandate. What are your strategies to improve the action of this work?
So I count firstly on the cooperation with the education officer, on the coordination of the tasks of the LOs, specifically on LO for the internationalization. Actually, we have had an application. So and we start the mandate, it will be filled, and we can start work on this. I will tackle, as I said in the presentation, on regards of training to the community regarding international credit mobility, Erasmus Mundus, that sort of projects. On another hand, on more institutional side, the Embassy of Brazil, FLAV, Fulbright, and AULP. I forgot to mention, but AULP is the Associação das Universidades de Língua Portuguesa, the Association for Portuguese-speaking universities, and that's the cooperation we are pushing forward. Also, we supported them into applications, this class association, that were succeeded. So we can start pushing it further even more.
Does anyone want to ask any more questions? Someone writing? No? Okay. Then I propose to close the speaker list. Does anyone oppose? Speaker list is closed. Let it out.
First of all, obviously, congratulations for applying for president. I know this was one of your objectives, and you were developing the path in the SM, and it's amazing that you actually took this step forward, and hopefully you'll be elected. Me and Chico started together in SM in 2019. We've been together for all of our path here in the SM. We were support positions together. We got two local mandates and local boards together as well. The first year that we were at the national level, we were also together. And I'm not going to say this year, but I know we're going to do an amazing job for working for you for almost 5 years together. I know not only what you're capable of, and I know we're going to continue the amazing work that Rita did, and we're going to continue moving this approach to higher standards and higher places, let's say. And I'm super, super proud that you actually took this step forward. And hopefully, from the national platform to actually vote yes for she, because she will be on this president.
So let's start at the end. So, I'm sorry if you want to reply.
I just want to say thank you. Yeah, I think it's not.
Joe.
Ja, pues. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Elder, and I am happy to be here to present you my candidacy for Vice President of Eastern Portugal 2023-2024. So, please. So, I am originally from Barcelos. I'm 24 years old. I'm graduating in International Relations from Universidade do Minho, where I am also taking my master's degree in Arts, Communication and Culture. I had also Erasmus Plus experiences in my high school in Germany, Slovenia, Norway, in 3 different projects. You can skip it. Oh. Yeah. So I joined the SME in 2020, where I've worked in the areas of HR first and then in education. I was chose to be the HR manager in 2021, which led me to apply for Vice President of ESM. And meanwhile, I also had the experience to be Education Officer of ESM Portugal, which led me to work in the education area and motivated me to apply for President of ESM for this mandate. So besides this, I've also participated in national and international events that show me how the network worked as a whole and gave me more perspectives of how other NOs actually work, and led me to come here and to want to apply for this position. So what motivates me in my application is to successfully meet our purpose, to promote the best international experience for our international students through the work of young volunteers. So for this, I have 3 focal points that I believe are the ones that guide my strategy. The first one is focus on a training strategy. After having a training plan structured, I think it's now time to have a more deep strategy on how we should tackle our needs. For this, we will have tools just as the quality assurance process and things that have been developed by the network. But now it's time to think about other things, just like training sustainability. We have an important number of training events, so we need to tackle this situation by giving the opportunity to other people maybe to facilitate instead of national work. We also have to give more independence and a more important role to the training team inside the HR network community. I think that it's time to focus on a more strategic approach when it comes to content planning and dissemination of the opportunities that are offered by the network. With this, we cannot miss to talk about the pool of trainers that I think that should be reviewed. The strategy we use on it to also give a more close approach to our alumni members. For the second focal point, I chose development expansion strategy. As you know, the expansion strategy for 2020 is ending now in 2023. We need now to think about the future. And in my opinion, there is a need to assess this expansion strategy, to review how it went with all the volunteers, and think about the next one. Okay, I see expansion as one of the most important aspects of our network. We need to reach more international students. We need to promote our causes towards more people. But I also think that we need to think about sustainability in our network, our current, in this moment. So to have a continuous approach with the sections that need more help, to develop them, and to have a sustainable environment in our federation. And for this, I will have the help of the network and care team, which will be essential for this process, to have the 2 paths tackled and to not let anything behind. And regarding the third focal point, volunteers, path and recognition, I think as we can see it right now in our network, we need to give more recognition and more value, added value to the path of our volunteers. So we need to be sure that all of our volunteers know the opportunities that we have inside the network, either on the local, national, or international level. That's why we're talking here about the ASN International Services, on training and the importance of the alumni. Here, my goal is to improve the local HR structures and also showing the different opportunities that these people can have in their sections or in the whole network. We are here to develop people, we are here to give them the opportunities to gain more skill, and with this we will tackle many needs of our NO. Okay, we will be upskilling our network, and it will be with all the work on this, we'll have a more important and a stronger alumni network that will be closer and working with the current, I would say, volunteers. So in this path, we will be able to have a continuous development of all of our volunteers from the moment they enter until the moment they decide to leave ESN. So in the end, I'm doing this not only for me, but also for you, and most importantly, to our international students, because this is something that we have to, I know it's like we are working and we are having so much fun doing things, but our purpose is to motivate our volunteers to be able to change mobility, to give more opportunities to international students, and I think this we should always keep in mind. Thank you so much for your time.
Because this is open.
Gonçalo?
Congratulations for your candidacy. I saw on the board are really excited about that. And about our question, it's more about the part where you talk about taking care and supporting the local sections, maybe the ones that need most help. Do you have some specific plan or like some attention that you see that like you should do?
Yes, I actually thank you for your question first of all. So I think we should first of all create a stronger community. The HR community, like, it's working, but every single section has very different problems and visions on HR. So maybe we should like share more insights of how we see things and create more like a database with the vision of HR and what is the local HR. Okay, for this I'm thinking about how a community manager could help us on this, so it could be more close to the sections and be with them during their whole path, during the time like they start their mandate until the end of it. Okay, then of course with trainings and with bringing the needs of the immediate needs of the sections. For example, we know that like with the quality assurance process, like we have to analyze it and to see what are the needs. Maybe if we give like an immediate response to the needs of the sections, maybe we will see their development more quickly than if we gather all the information and then throw it like into training. So we have information, we need to tackle it ASAP, so we can see the improvement and how to do it like in the future.
Kai.
Hello, Kaya from Eastern Poland. My question is quite similar, but in a different way. I would like to ask you about the long-term strategy or your vision for the network care team. How do you envision developing the team, and in what ways they can support sections? Maybe you have some programs or tools in mind. And also, I would just like to say that I'm super happy because we were working together with Yes and Minio on GE Minio, and it's super amazing to see you and Rafa applying. So I'm super proud and super happy. I'm sure you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much. So regarding your question, yes. So my vision for the network and care team is based on 3 important topics. First, the expansion, then the development of the sections, and the network. So first of all, the expansion officer would be more focused on the expansion and the opportunities we have namely in the universities, like without the non-section institutions. Then the network care officer would be more in charge of being there for like the sections and to help the sectioners struggle more maybe with like recruitment and with trainings and with HR development, to be more there for them and to continue be able to work with them on the long time. And in this network team, I would add here in the specific team a possible community manager. So it will be more focused on the network to see the state of each section, and we could together see what's the national side, like national vision of how things are, and to create more tools, actually, like more best practice sharing between sections to see how we can help each other.
Carolina Yesenavai. Hi, Carolina Yesenavai. So first of all, I want to congratulate you on your candidacy. It was a pleasure to be one of the first people to know that you would apply. And I'm sure that if you're elected, you will do an amazing job. So my question is regarding development and expansion strategy 2024-2027. What are your plans to ensure a sustainable presence of every section in events, especially in MPs, since they have a statutory character and it's an ongoing program?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for this question. I think this is a very important matter. So regarding like the statutory events, NPs, actually like, there's a free spot for every single section to be represented in the NP. So now we should be able to like sensibilize and to pass information to the sections of the importance of being represented in an AP for decision making, for get closer to the network and to understand how we work. Then for training, and it is on my candidacy, I have this topic in my vision that is training for all. I think everyone should be able to attend training events. So I will be, and I am looking for funding opportunities such as grants. IPTJ has one, it's called Formar Mais. Then you also have private training grants that you can get from companies. Fujitsu, for example, they can give you also like some support to develop trainings, in this case in IT areas, for example. So yeah, I think like we have to mix like external resources to internal ones, just like the presence in NPs, to make sure that our sections are here to get the knowledge and to get the knowledge transfer.
Guys, is someone else writing a question? Then I will propose to close the speakers list. Go first, later.
First of all, big congratulations to Elva. I'm super happy that you are applying for this position. I wish you the best of luck. One small advice: enjoy while you can still sleep a little bit, okay? Use it. Elder scared me a little bit at the middle of the year when I started talking with him of him actually trying to apply, and he was like, no, I'm done with the SN. And I started studying a little bit. But then we talked that and be your child, and when Elder came to me and said, this is what I wanted to do, and this is something that we've been discussing from the start of the year. This is the perfect position for you. I know this is your love in the SN, and I know that you're going to pour as much love as you did within your section to the Federation. You're going to do an amazing job, and whatever you need, I'm always going to be here to help you and to support you.
beyond yes and me. So I have it's a little speech, just a little speech. So on behalf of yes and me, I would like to take this time to express my admiration and appreciation for this amazing person who is seeking to take on the role of Vice President at YesN Portugal. For those of you who do not know Elder, ever since I met him, he has shown an unwavering passion for creating positive change within our local section. Their dedication to fostering a sense of unity and inclusivity is truly remarkable. He has consistently gone above and beyond to ensure that every student and volunteer has felt welcome and supported. Throughout his mandate, he has been a reliable and compassionate friend, offering a helping hand and a listening ear to anyone in need. The genuine concern for the well-being of others is truly inspiring, and I have no doubt that he will bring the same level of care and support to the role of Vice President. Elder, it's an honor to stand here today and express my heartfelt appreciation to you, and I could not be prouder of your candidacy. During this past year, you have been my main rock, my support, not only as President of YesN, a fellow board member, but most importantly as my friend. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Elder. Now we have Vivian.
Olha, deixa eu ver se ela passa mais concentrada, porque não vamos agora mostrar as partes próximas.
Estava bem, está assim. Já mete os slides que assim tem que aprender isso. Aqui? Lá, mãe.
Vinha.
Todas as apresentações bonitinhas.
Guys? No.
Alright. Yay! I'm excited. Hello everyone, so my name is Vivian, and I'm here presenting my candidacy for Treasurer of YesN Portugal again. So, who am I? If you don't know me yet. So, my name is Vivian, and I'm 24 years old, and I'm probably from the best city in this country called Penafiel. If you haven't been there, you should go. I have a Bachelor in Economics, and I did Erasmus in Bucharest during that time, and now I'm a student in the Masters of Political Economy. That's what I do outside of YesN. In YesN, I joined YesN Porto, the best section, in 2020 during the pandemic. Then I was local treasurer the next year, and the past year I have been the treasurer of YesN Portugal, and there's a lot of events that I've been to. Yeah, it's amazing. But why am I here? Why am I here again, you might ask? So 1 year ago I was here in this position, an experienced local board member that entered during the pandemic not knowing what I was doing. But now I'm here and I can say with confidence that I think that I have the experience, and I'm really putting myself again to this because I think that I can give more to this federation, to you, to the volunteers, to YesN Portugal. And I think that now I have a clear vision of what can the treasurer be in YesN Portugal, what we can do. So let's go and let's see what I can present to you now. So my plans for the position. First is YesN card. We've been talking YesN card all this morning, but I think that we should develop more this project in terms of nationwide. Employability, we also can tackle that more in terms of increasing visibility, to providing more opportunities not only for international students but also for YesNers, and also a topic for diversification of sources of income, because income of YesN Portugal is pretty steady, but we can always improve. So let's go. In terms of YesN card, the first topic, the strategy for the distribution of YesN card in non-city sections. I think that we need to create a strategy on that, as we have been talking. this involves not only the treasurer, but the president and the vice president. And I think that it is necessary to have a strategy on how to pursue in this topic, because right now we are not reaching these international students, and we know that we have a lot of international students in Portugal in cities that we don't have section. They also deserve to be part of the Erasmus generation. They also deserve to have an ESN card. They also deserve to go to our national events. They deserve everything that we can offer and that you offer in your international students in your cities. Also, in terms of ESN card resale support. Right now we are selling ESN cards, you sell it a lot in your sections, but we don't have a treatment of the data of the people that we are selling. We don't know where they are coming from, we don't know what they are studying. We have that data, but we are not treating that, and my intention is to have a national ESN card sales report where I can use it also to go to commercial partners to say, here's what we can have. We sell ESN cards to a lot of students from this country. We sell ESN cards from the students that study this field. So this is also important for us to know what we are doing and what public are we reaching. In terms of employability, the first topic is to create a strategy for partners. As you know, employability partners are really different from commercial partners. Right now, we also don't have a strategy defined for commercial partners. We are doing partnerships as we go, but we need some clear vision on what we want to pursue with commercial partners and also with employability partners. Employability partners are really important for visibility. Normally they are big companies that want to recruit international students in Portugal, and we have that audience. We can provide that audience to those companies, so we can do some of their job for them. Also, we can also obviously expand on these partners, because nowadays we only have one or two, and we can obviously have more. In terms of job opportunities, we need to urgently update our tab in our website. We have a tab dedicated to job opportunities. We can put even more on that. It can be a showcase for companies to showcase their company, their opportunities, what they are doing in Portugal, what international students can, if they want to stay in Portugal working, what companies can they join. We need to update our website urgently, and we also need to promote the Erasmus Jobs and Erasmus Interns, the platform that we have from ESN International. Right now, some sections are using it, but we still can improve more on that, and that's work that we can also do in terms of employability. And obviously, the International Job Fair. As you know, this year it didn't occur, the International Job Fair, because of the model. We already discussed on that on the ML. But I think that this is really important to keep track, because it is an important event. We can use it to increase our visibility. We can use it for international students and volunteers to have opportunities to talk with companies, share CVs, share LinkedIn's, and no recruiting. So this is really important as a showcase also for ESN Portugal. In terms of the diversification of sources of income, as I said, income in ESN Portugal is pretty steady. We have our national events, we have ESN cards, but there are always ways to improve that. So if we work on that, maybe we can improve our finances, and then we can improve the federation after that. The first point, affiliated marketing. In here, and we know, as we talked before about Vodafone, affiliated marketing commissions are really important, and we know that we have a potential to reach that. We have a potential to really thrive with these companies. So I think that we can also go on that. So far we have 2 or 3, but we can have more, obviously. In terms of donations and consignação de IRS, so donations, I'm thinking of creating like a tab on our website for people to easily and safely donate to ESN Portugal. Obviously, this is not like a huge source of revenue, but it can show that we as a non-profit can still receive funds from people, and that we are a trustworthy organization, and that the people can always support maybe alumni, maybe our parents, I don't know if they have money. But yeah. In terms of consignação do IRS, as you know, in Portugal, in the tax income, 0.5% of your tax income can go to an organization, a non-profit, charity, whatever. Since the last update on Portuguese law, student organizations can also receive this tax income. So I think it's a huge opportunity, because most of you already work and does a tax income, so you just need to put our IBAN, and we can also receive some funds from the government, obviously. Okay, some fundraising events. As you know, we already did this year the ESN Portugal anniversary. So yes, fundraising events. Let's go. And also internal merchandise, that's going to be a small scale project. We can develop that for a network. It's nice, but yeah. But I have 30 seconds to say that. This for me, it is the most important, and it is why I applied the second year. Being a treasurer sometimes is perceived as being boring, as being really Excel and numbers and money, but this is not what I think a treasurer can be. A treasurer can work in really different areas, really different scopes, and I think that this candidacy is basically to try what other areas and what the treasurer can be, and try to demystify this bureaucratic idea of the treasurers, because hopefully in 1 year someone will be here applying for treasurer, and I want you to be engaged with this community and this position that is amazing. So thank you very much.
So the speaker list is open. People are asking questions, right?
My question.
Okay, Inês. Go for it.
English are the team of Yes in Portugal. So this point of diversifying income is a recurrent objective in the candidacies, but somehow, like you presented us before, when the price of the ESN card from the international rises, you do not have another option than to do the same. So within your strategy, what exactly can prevent this immediate increase?
Of the ESN card. I mean, yeah, like in terms of first the first part of the question regarding the diversification. I know that the topics that I present, not talking about affiliate marketing, because if we have a lot of commissions, it's a really good source of income. But the others are really small projects or things that we can do. And the thing is, sometimes we think of the budget as like 150,000 euros, which is a lot. But imagine if we can have in the tax income consignation like 200 euros. 200 euros means that we can take one more person to an international event, you know. So this thing of diversification of the income is like going that if we can pick some money, it means that we can maybe take one more person, a support position to an international event. So that's my case on that. So diversifying in terms of not having a huge amount of money, but having some money that I can maybe use to do other things, like extraordinary expenses, something like that. Regarding the ESN card prices, I mean, obviously we are really dependent on the ESN card price international and then nationally, and the sales that the sections do. So far, I think that the sections are doing great in terms of distributing the ESN cards. So my strategy is obviously, like, regardless of what I said here, I will obviously continue to do my job as the national treasurer always. So I will be always here to support the sections in terms of selling the ESN cards. What I know so far is that the ESN card sales are steady and they are growing. So in terms of the sections doing their job, I know that they are doing their job. So every time they are increasing, we're receiving more money. I think that we are not exploring the non-section cities. So imagine, we have so many potentials, and we know that, because imagine, in Bragança, we used to have a section there, and they sell a lot of ESN cards. So we have some potential on those cities, and if we reach those cities too, imagine if we sell 50 cards in each city. That's already a lot. We are talking about like maybe 4,000 euros, something like that. So that's my case so far. So I'm counting on the sections to continue to do their job in terms of ESN card. They are doing great, like congratulations. But my plan is to go like in terms of national level, what can I do? And I mean, I can go like to the cities to sell ESN cards. I mean, I have that time, I think, next year. So my plan is to go on that.
some more insights about your vision for affiliate marketing and how to develop stronger strategies, more specifically for us, the local section?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, because affiliate marketing has some questions in terms of the partners that we can reach or not. Imagine, Vodafone is a partner that all of you can distribute cards. There's no like geographic location or something like that. But for example, right now we still have Sporahome, and in Portugal they only operate in 4 cities. And actually, like Minho in Braga, Guimarães, they are not operating there. But what I did so far, like is Sporahome, we also have a commission, and we split 30-70 as we do as a normal commissions. My plan is, if we gather more affiliate marketing partners that are not in like physical places because it needs to, is to go in the distribution according to the ESN card sales, because it's like a percentage distribution per section. So imagine if ESN Minho sells 5% of ESN cards in Portugal, you will receive 5% of the commission of that partner of affiliate marketing. I think that's fair, because of course bigger sections will receive more, but the thing is, normally bigger sections contributed more to those commissions, you know? So I think in terms, because also in those partners, I don't have a way to know which section worked more or less, you know? I mean, it's not fair, but that's what I want to do. So if I can have affiliate marketing partners like Vodafone, which I know that ESN Minho distribute 20 cards and I can give you the commission, I want those. But if I have partners that just give me commissions, my plan is to distribute it percentually according to the ESN card sales. I think that's the best way to do it. And in terms, I already covered it on ML, but the way to go is to try to go on services for international students, like banking services, insurance services, and that goes basically to more to full degree students. Like a Brazilian student that comes to Portugal needs a bank account. Why shouldn't he go to the bank that we provided and we'll receive a commission? That's the way to go, I think.
Does anyone have a question that is not an appreciation for Vina? Then I will close the speakers list. Gonçalo, do you want to go first?
Go last.
Go last.
Section goes last? Okay, I like it. Let's see it.
Okay. I just wrote down because I was afraid I was going to forget. But, well, Vita's not here, but I thought I should say it either way. It's something that we talk about a lot, especially throughout the entire year, is that we commented that you had an amazing growth as treasurer, as ESNer, as a person throughout this year. It was unbelievable. See you in the beginning of the year and see you now. I'm truly happy that I was able to see that and to go through that with you. I think your path in ESN, even though this is your second mandate, it's just starting. I think, fortunately or unfortunately, depends on how you want to see it, you still have a lot ahead of you. You are incredibly passionate and hardworking in everything that you do inside ESN. For me, that was the perfect combo to work with you. It's all I want from the people around me. And I think we match in that aspect.
Então.
I don't think you're going to get away without deserving a little bit of love. I'm not going to share too much of what Anna said, but obviously when we started the year, there was some questions by the Federation as a whole. Easy, capable, he's just arrived in ESN, he was local trainer for 6 months, he's taking on the entire Federation now. How is it going to be? I think I speak for everyone, you're the perfect choice, you're the perfect person for the job, and I'm super happy that hopefully you're going to stay for another year. You're probably one of the, if not the person that I was closest to throughout the year. We spent like 3 weeks in a row together, and we traveled from north to south to north again together for a lot of time. We worked, we laughed, we cried together, and I hope this year is not your last ESM. I know the sky is only not even a limit, it's just another barrier that you're going to go through. And I know this year is even going to be better, and I don't know.
We have an anonymous appreciation, so that works in the
I think perhaps that's me.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. So I just wanted to say that the ESM card sales report is a very good idea because indeed you can present the data to the partners and you have that already. And the consignation DFS, that's really good as well. I think that does distinguish your application, and I wish you get it.
Thank you. And now, Paulo. You're alive.
I'm sorry in advance. For some reason, section emotional. No, but for real, we are all really happy for you, and it's amazing to see you again for the national treasure. Like, if there were any doubts about you in the beginning, I'm sure they are out by now, and like completely out. Yeah. Dear me, your time to center was short, but it was just like one hour.
That's not
You are
being needs to hear.
Dear Bing, your time at testing portal was short, but it left this dreadful mark. You had the courage to assume a position on the local and national party with so little experience. Many thought it might not go well, but here we are today in your second candidacy for treasurer of SN Portugal and probably future treasurer of the national party. We couldn't be prouder of your journey and this second candidacy, but you did excellent work and keep making your section grow.
Eu não sei trabalhar com isto. É só para cá. Passa para lá. Vai. Está bem aqui?
Não sei,
Eu não consigo
foi
ver.
e-mail. Ainda não consegui ver.
Está perfeito, tá? Posso? Hello everyone. What? Wait. Vou só pôr o controle. Obrigada. Muito provavelmente eu não vou ver, portanto, está tudo bem. Vai deixar nesse compromisso. Tá. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Rafaela Fernandes and I'm here to present my candidacy for Events Manager of ESN Portugal 2023-2024. So, here I am. I live in Braga, Portugal, born and raised. I'm 22 years old. I graduated in Criminology and Criminal Justice, and I did my Erasmus Plus in several countries like Spain, Slovakia, Romania, and Hungary. So, to talk a little bit about my path, I started in 2021 when I joined my beautiful section ESN Minho. It was during the pandemic, but thanks God it ended a few months later. Then I joined the working group European Universities, and soon I became the local events manager. On the same year, I became the events and projects community manager. Then in 2022, I was part of the OC for EGM Portugal, Erasmus National Games twice because we had the change on the calendar, and so it happened twice on the same year. Then I was also part of the OC of Erasmus National Meeting. I stayed as events manager and had an upgrade for board member because we changed our local structure. Then I was elected again for events community manager without project, sadly, but still a very nice role. After that, I went to the training and activities community in meetings in Brussels, and this year I was part of the OC of Erasmus National Meeting and the beautiful Jamie. So, what about now? Let's see what the future has for me. To talk a little bit about my focal points that you could see on my candidacy that was sent via email. The first one is the national events, of course. To talk a little bit about the Erasmus National Games. I aim to maybe try to improve the self-sustainability of the event itself, because as you know, we have a little bit of difficulties on that, and I aim to tackle this along with the treasurer, of course, because no one better than the previous members of the board and the ones that are staying here to help me on that. And I also want to increase the partnerships, not only the institutional ones, but also the commercial ones. About E&M, I want to maybe improve the logistic issues that we've seen so far through reports. You know, it's really important for us to tackle this. And also to keep the sustainability of the events and also help the local sections on the sales, because we have seen on the past years it has been a little difficult to keep the numbers that we had from the years pre-COVID. So I aim to help directly the local sections on that, along with the events community manager. The training events, the one designed for volunteers, it's really important to talk about them, because we have seen very often on reports that some of them are cancelled or others have not a good reach. So we need to search the answer for the question, why is that happening? And along with the vice president, I think it's very important for the events manager to look for the answer and try to correct it. And the sustainability, of course, and when I speak about sustainability here is more focused on the environmental one, because I already spoke about the sustainability in general. We need to search for more initiatives and maybe ask you directly the local sections, like what are you doing on your local events that we can maybe bring to the national ones. I remember perfectly, and I said it on my answers to Yes and Lisbon's question about the Level Up Lisbon, where they did the partnership with the CP, and it was perfect because we could use public transportation to go to the events, and it was a very nice initiative that maybe we can bring into the other national events. So the second focal point is about the national international events community. It's very important that the local events managers or activity managers feel engaged with the community. It's also very important that the information flows, because as we know, we have different realities within ourselves, but in international and national level, we also have a lot of different realities. So it's important that the important information comes to our reality as events managers, and that you feel included, because I know it's not easy to be an events manager alone and feel like we have these difficulties and we cannot not overcome them because we don't know how or why God is sending them to us. So I think it's a very important focal point to mention, and also the integration on the network. And lastly, to speak about the events tools and the knowledge transfer, as Anna Sophia already mentioned today, it's very important that we develop the National Events Toolkit, because it's an asset. I'm a local events manager and I know how hard it is to find information sometimes. It's also very important that the local events managers or activity managers become comfortable using the activities.esn.org, because it's very helpful for us, and also the ESN portal, and this can be done through the community, for example, in our community calls. And finally, to update and enhance the documentation that we have and information, and this can be done via community calls. That's what I say, like it's very important for the events managers to be there and to know they have a place where they can find some information that they need, even if it's just best practices. And this is it. Thank you.
Because list is open, guys. Say hi to the friend.
Hi, friends. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV. Ela está a vender farturas. O que é que eu tenho ninguém? Não está a ver.
Por favor, se aquela senhora de preço sério está servidinha, colega de sempre.
Que horror.
Is anyone writing questions besides appreciation? Jules?
My question is about the international games. Like we spoke in the previous event, I wanted to ask you what is your personal vision and ways of improvement for this national event, specifically if you think that continuing the plan B, the plan B is still a good option, and if the location remains the same, are you considering establishing section point of contact for example?
Okay, I will divide my answer in several points because it's easier. So, to talk a little bit about the Plan B first, honestly, I don't think it's sustainable to keep the Plan B the way we are doing it so far. I've seen, especially on the last edition of Erasmus National Games, the participants and the people that are actually watching, they rather do something outside by themselves, like friendly games. And I think it's easier even for the OC to organize it than having a lot of things happening. You know, sometimes it's not easy to coordinate everyone and to keep the OC happy and the OC healthy because we were really tired on the last edition. So also for the numbers of the events, I don't think it's sustainable to keep the Plan B. Regarding the location, I think Coimbra, it's the perfect place, almost the perfect place to do the event because we have a lot of institutional partners already established. We have the local, the help of the local section, and actually the infrastructures are very nice. So I'm not thinking about moving the location in the future, like proximal, next future. Okay. Near future. Thank you. And you also asked about the. Mm-hmm.
It is our sector,
yeah, of course.
Our partners and our assumptions, and sometimes in the last years
yes.
we feel that it's passing over us, and sometimes we don't have the knowledge, so I want to understand your vision.
Okay. I not only intend to establish a point of contact because that's actually mandatory in order for the event to go well, because you are not only giving your faces to especially the commercial partners, and I remember perfectly one of the dinners we had, you were there coordinating because you have had good relationships with the restaurant itself, but also to make clear our strategy so we can be like congruent with the local section. Otherwise, you will be being prejudiced for the event, and we don't want that to happen. Also, I think it's very important that we keep track on your local management. We don't want to like be inside your management or anything like that, but I want to assist you directly and making sure you know what we need and we know what you need, because otherwise it will be really hard to communicate between ourselves.
Gonçalo.
Congratulations on your guidance. We have your amazing. So our questions are the first one, it's about TNM. Like one of the conversations that happens a lot about TNM is that maybe we could have a plan B in case it breaks. And so I think we was first to have a really well established plan A. And we think that happened this year, it went really smooth. So do you think this year will be a good time to focus a bit more on that, or is it not more focused, I guess? And the second question is also about TNM, which is on your part. I know this is like all of the board's work, throughout the sessions promoted and everything, remote communication, but on your part, how you want to support the local sections to make sure that we get the number of participants that the national board is expecting?
Okay, regarding the plan B that you mentioned, I don't think we need necessarily to work on the plan A. Let's call it like the worst case scenario will be the rain, okay? Not plan B, because it feels like we are talking about like different, events happening at the same time. It's like the worst case scenario if it rains. I don't think we need to focus exclusively on one and forget about the other, because we are ESNers, we need to, if it happens, we need to know what to do next, even though, So I think it's very important that you mentioned it, because I didn't think about it, honestly. But maybe on the logistics team to have people already in charge of seeing what we can do in case that happens, because it was a reality, it happened already. So, and the weather, we can't control it. So it's a very nice thing to think about and put the team working on it in advance, because we don't need to be during the event, panicking because it happened. And about the second part about the sections. Honestly, the only thing that I can do and that we can do as a national board, we can't be there and force you to, we need to launch this now, you need to sell it this way or that way. We can do a best practices sharing. For example, we can talk about it in the community. We can guide you through, for example, you have your old calendar planned. We can see the calendar and we can say, maybe it's better for you to change this or that, but we also need you to come to us and ask, what do you think about this? Because it's impossible for us to be with all the sections, like seeing the calendars and saying I should do this or that, because it's not our place to do it. You need to be, yourselves and do your whole plans. But we are here to help in anything you want, of course. And thank you.
Congratulations for your candidacy. I want to ask if you ever thought of a way to measure the impact that ESN Portugal events, national events, or its local sections events have on the local community.
Okay, I think that's actually a very interesting thing to do. We used to do that in a local level. We only do it via, informal way. We talk with people because we are not like 1,000, we are 200 in ESN Minho with international students. So maybe we can think about it doing it by reports, or maybe a form, or maybe during the community calls and meetings itself to see, like, do an overview of what happened and see what points did we reach. Actually, with the activities.esn.org, we can also see that. We can see like the categories that we reached, and maybe do, I don't know, a full report about it and show the sections. So also the sections know what they did and feel, a little bit more motivated to continue and share like what they did with other sections and things like that. And thank you for your questions.
And now, is anyone writing questions? Okay, good. I propose to close the speakers list. No one opposes. Speakers list is closed, and understood.
Okay, so I was going to mention a few things that I also said to Pia, because I associate with you. I really like your candidacy, by the way, but you already know that. I'm really happy that you're the person who's like taking the position after me. I don't think I could have chosen a better person to do that. He will do an amazing job. One of the things I mentioned to me is that he's a really passionate person about everything he does in ESN, and also super hardworking. I see exactly the same as you. And like I tried to say to me that I couldn't. That's the only thing I need and want from the people that are around me inside ESN. It's for them to be passionate and hardworking. I think that's all it takes for you to accomplish anything that you want inside ESN. And I think you do it. Also, I think this is just the beginning. You still have a lot of work ahead of you. I hope. Take time to breathe, take time to rest. It will be extremely complicated, but please do it. If you need anything, you can always call me. I'll help you with anything, right?
Thank you.
Yes?
Hello, ESN Minho. Dear Rafa, on behalf of ESN Minho, I am honored to finally see you taking this step. Since the beginning, the day me and my HR team recruited you, I knew this could be happening, and here we are right now. One of the most beloved volunteers of our international students, You've always demonstrated that for you, ESN is much more than putting up logistics or any event, but to put all your heart in the right causes with the right people. Thank you for giving us the chance to work with you, and on a personal note, it will be a pleasure to keep working by your side. We love you very much.
Seems like a good time. Right? I just want to ask DLC if you want to say something, but I believe you do not. They just follow you. Okay? Okay, down the hall. Okay, perfect. So guys, we need to be back here at 3 on the dot. Okay? At 3, like we did before, we close the door and do a quorum check. Okay? Only after that you can enter. So please do not lose your reciprocity. Thank
Olha quem é!
make it more accessible for all the sections to implement the policy on. Finally, I want us to continue this digital transformation. ESN Portugal
It died. Yes? Okay. So I think that these are really the key aspects when it comes to collaboration. So it puts together the local sections, the IT community on a national level, the international level with the IT committee and all the work that's done on that level, as well as other bodies like our partners, other agencies that we can look for, like we mentioned before with the VP in terms of the VP candidate in terms of training. Like, this is something that we should work on with other bodies, with other associations, with other companies, and this is something that we have the capacity to do in ESN Portugal, and I'm sure of that. In terms of data protection, this is, as I said, this magic word that's been referenced so many times, GDPR. I think that we should take the next step, create a GDPR team on the national level. Right now there is something like this on the international level, something small, but I think that even in ESN Portugal, even with a smaller group of people, we have the capacity to create a small task force and to help local sections tackle this issue, as well as on the national level. Because if we follow GDPR properly, we can put our data to very good use. And finally, of course, the aim of this is to help the sections implement this on their digital spaces. Finally, well, not finally, moving on, I think that we should continue working in terms of our partner with EventHub, like I mentioned. There's a lot of developments that we can do to make life easier for the sections, to manage their data, for example. Also, we have our app that we use for events that has been going on for the last 2 years. Started under Bent, if I'm not mistaken, that we can continue working on, and that's been working well during, for example, DNM. Also, something that I want to explore, because this is something that I did when I was WPA in Aveiro, is that we can implement, and I know that Porto has done something similar to this. It's the chatbots that we can do to integrate with EventHub, and it makes it much easier for the Erasmus to find our events, and we can reach out in this way. And finally, I think that it's a bit tricky, this situation right now with the ESN websites that we have to tackle, because there's been some problems with our current implementation of Satellite 4 that has some issues, and we need to move on to Satellite 5, which also has its own set of issues. So this is something that we will keep working on if I'm elected. I think this is really the most important thing that we need to do in IT right now. Right now, IT is something that's quite scary in terms of ESN. I mean, people are they don't know how to approach it, and we need to demystify this. We need to get more people interested in IT. We need to get more team building with IT. We need to keep empowering local sections to recruit more members for IT, and we need to go out and help them, because there are sections that just don't have the people for this sort of thing in terms of IT. So we should reach out to them, try to help them, and with the IT community we can help sections that are lagging behind in terms of the website, for example. And then it's just a matter of maintaining this, keeping up with how the sections are doing. So that being said, I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and know that it means a lot to be standing here in front of all of you.
Guys, is someone asking questions?
Yes.
Gonçalo.
Hello, thank you for the candidacy. It was really cool. We have two questions for you. Like one of them is a bit more technical, so like we have someone who will understand. And if you can develop a bit more on the LGBT concept about if you have any complete strategy for the project. And the second question was, okay, besides the technical part, there will also be the part where you are managing a community, and how do you feel about that? Like, how do you think, are you going to keep like the community as it was? Do you want to do some changes?
Okay, so thank you, Gonçalo. Thank you, Sanford. First of all, tackling the GDPR part. So in terms of the GDPR part, I think that the best thing that we can do is reach out either to the international level, where they do have this sort of GDPR experts kind of already set up, and also looking just with the local sections, seeing maybe some of them have a bit more expertise on that, so reaching out to them and sending an open call for this task force that will be created. The idea is perhaps creating a support position of a GDPR officer, which will sort of manage this this task force. This is something that I think that we can potentially do. In terms of you also asked in terms of managing the IT community, right? So, of course, we have our IT community manager, and as I said in my application, I fully intend on working with our community manager, the current community manager, whoever may take that position next year as well, because I think that it's really important to have this community manager position. It's an asset that we can value even more than it's already been valued, and it's something that even on the international level, IT might be lagging a bit behind in terms of compared to other committees, and this is something that I want to continue working on in this format on the national level, because I think it can work even better than it does. Thank you. Yes, important.
So, Tiago?
Hey, so the current
section.
Okay. Okay, I'm Tiago from the SNFers.
And louder.
Even though the different framework is robust, it uses some outdated technology like Drupal and PHP. So how do you feel about getting a new UI kit, maybe with React or a new JavaScript framework? Like it could maybe help with recruitment for IT, because people going now to the job market as web developers or other professions in IT, they could have an easier way of getting more experience using the technologies that companies are asking for now, instead of using outdated technology. How do you feel about revamping and refactoring different systems?
Thank you so much for your question. I can answer that. Thank you so much for your question. First of all, yes, it's interesting. Our current framework, it is based on Drupal, as you said, and other national sections. For example, in Sweden, they aren't doing it based on Drupal and based on Satellite 4 or Satellite 5 right now. But well, I do think that it's something that we can explore. I think that right now we should try to follow what's being set by ESN International in terms of Satellite 5. If they've been hard at work with Satellite 5 for the last few years to make it robust, solid, and an easy experience for those implementing it, I think that we should continue giving it a chance. And of course, I think that we can investigate the possibility of using other frameworks as well. But as of now, I think that we should try to follow the standards set by ESN International in this sense. Thank you for your question.
you. Miguel.
Okay, so Miguel, the Senate. As you know, next year we are going to share the portal platform with ESN Spain, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have like any ideas how to manage these situations, since the amount of demands that we're going to do to the providers of the service will have to be less, because ESN Spain also has some features that they want to implement. Like, do you have you thought about this, or do you have like any plan or something like that?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Miguel, for your question. With regards to ESN Spain joining our event platform, yes, this is a reality as far as I'm aware, that they will join, and Ivo can correct me if I'm wrong. But ESN Spain is in fact scheduled to join our platform. This is something that can be beneficial, because it'll bring a lot of relevance to the platform that we've been working on with our partner at EventHub for a few years. And this is something that can bring more light to the work we've been doing with them and at ESN Portugal. But of course, we have to tackle this new challenge of ESN Spain is massive compared to ESN Portugal, let's be honest. So of course they will have more demands, and we will have to obviously scale in terms of what we can do, and there might be some need to negotiate with them of sorts, but of course it's left to be seen even how this implementation on the side of ESN Spain will happen, because as far as I'm aware they are missing some positions that were in charge of this. So for now probably we will continue spearheading this development flow kind of with EventHub, and we will see from there, hopefully, and I think we will be able to manage and still keep pushing our requests, because there's a lot of good things that we can bring forward that ESN Spain will also appreciate. And I think that's it. Thank you for your question.
I wanted to ask if anyone else is writing questions. No? So I propose to close the speakers list. And the speakers list is closed. Carolina.
Carolina is another. So in the name of our section, I just want to congratulate you on your candidacy. It's amazing to see another person from ESN Aveiro to be interested in apply for another statutory body position, and seeing you take another step forward in your ESN career. It reflects immensely your love not only for the network itself, but also for the position. And it has been amazing to see you grow at the international level also, because you also have a position in the international level. And we are sure that you will do an amazing work as you did locally.
Now, Martina.
Okay, so new year, new application basically, this time not for national board but for the chairing team. So little bit about me for the few faces that I don't know yet. I'm 22, I'm originally from Caldas, but I've been basically for the past 5 years in Aveiro. I am currently finishing my master's in design in Aveiro, and hopefully will be done with it throughout the next 2 or 3 months. I did my Erasmus almost 3 years ago in Poland. and it basically started this whole new chapter for me, even though I joined ESNA very technically before that. So I'm a pandemic baby within the network, basically. I joined ComCom 1 year after I joined. Then I became communication manager, I became the secretary, and after a lot of OCs and national events, I went for national communication manager as well. And now that this is finishing, here's a new start. I recently got elected as the communication community manager for the international level as well. I think that's important to mention, and you have a little side note of the things I've done. So quite a few events, quite a few people that I've met, some of which I will show here. So why exactly am I here? What is the point of me being on stage right now? So basically, I really want to keep being in contact with you, specifically keep being in contact with the federation, keep being in contact with the network. You can see by the photos that technically, like, these people mean a lot to me and these people are the reason I'm staying. But I want a new challenge, I want to downsize a little bit. I still want to contribute a lot because I know I can. But like Rita said, we all need to change up sometimes, and new challenges do that for us. So 3 very easy, very core focal points is the effective chairing. So like, let's promote these gatherings basically, and the mailing list has open spaces. Let's share information. Let's actually want to start discussions that are useful. Let's work collaboratively. I don't just mean between the chairing team, even though that's my second point. I mean between the national board, between the audit team, between the sections. Let's actually make this a space for everyone to speak, for everyone to know what to expect or not to expect. Same with information sharing. Let's try to bridge the gap. For example, minutas can go a little bit before maybe, so let's try to do that. Why? So you guys can go to your sections and inform them on what's happened here, and that can aid you in filling in the knowledge gap that we know we have currently, and especially after COVID. Secondly, let's do the teamwork. I don't currently have, very unfortunately, other candidates to work with me, but I know we will during these gatherings, and I know that is very key for our functioning basically. So like, let's try to understand what each person is expected to do. Let's give them basically the autonomy to do so, give them the responsibility to do so, keep them accountable as well, but give them the flexibility to do what they can and what they cannot do according to what their basically their basic skills and their core like interests are. And finally, yes, again, the collaborative approach. Please, let's start like having a conversation in the beginning of the mandates of, for example, what is the expectation between each statutory body, for example. Because it might be something that we need to have as the 3 of us, and it might be something that we need to have, for example, with the entire assembly. And that is something that I think would start off the year right, and would start off with this kind of proactive activity that could help then the sections actually understand what is possible to happen in these moments, and what is possible, for example, for you to do in your own little local statutory moments, or your statutory assemblies, whatever you choose to call it. So basically, to keep it short and simple, this is very much it. Rodri? Yay. And that is it. So thank you very much.
Audit team of ESN Portugal. I don't quite see how you want to collaborate, and which area you want to collaborate with the audit team, since historically or on paper they're very separate bodies.
Yeah, it's not so much in where works combined basically, but it's more, for example, what happened in the national platform in Porto. So basically you had those very short moments where we could explain what we did, for example, what the warnings were. So basically have a bit more information on that. You are now issuing your warnings just before or during the assemblies. So let's also try to give the local sections that will have new boards soon enough, give them the more information on that and actually understand how it goes. Same with the national board. They each can propose like their own topics, for example. So if you feel the need to have more conversations on that, let's see where they can go. If we have like a local boards call, for example, and the national board wants me to basically arbitrate that, like if you feel the need to also include your topic, let's do that as well. So basically it's about mitigating a space for where we can have conversations which are moderated preferably, so the information is better, not so much like me doing like passively your work or the other way around.
Thank you. I hope I will say correctly.
Elit.
Thank you.
Elit is in UK. First of all, congratulations on being elected as community manager. It's amazing. My question for you is how will you manage and how will you prioritise your workload between the community manager, the work that you do for ComCom International, and also being manager?
This was basically one of two questions that I was expecting actually. But basically I'm most likely going to stop officially being a member of ComCom, like there is no time. Like I'm saying, I'm trying to downscale, so I'm trying to focus where I'm actually targeting my energy. So communication community manager actually, and the chairing team I think are two things that work very well in terms of a full-time schedule, for example. For you to have a better sense, for example, this year I was national board, I was finishing my master's with classes, with my thesis, and an internship on top, an internship which was remote to a Finnish company. So there was a lot that was happening all at the same time, which gives me faith in my time management abilities, to be honest. And again, these are roles which very much depend on, for example, where we are in the academic year. For example, the chairing team, I know that in November, in March, and now in June, July, I will have more work. So I can plan accordingly to that, as opposed, for example, to national board where it's like constantly you need to be on top of your game.
Thank you. And we go to Gonçalo.
Gonçalo, yes, and Lord, congrats on your invitation. Our question is, okay, since there is a really sharing team, I think we can do the invitations. But do you plan on supporting local sharing teams? Like, do you think it makes sense to have like this sort of community? Obviously,
I thought about this because a lot of sections, for example, they see it basically as an instrument rather than their own bodies, for example, and some of them don't actually have it full, like we unfortunately currently don't. But basically my idea is, first of all, to establish a point of contact with whoever is a chairing team that we know. Obviously, if you guys don't share it, for example, or if they don't come to me, or whoever the rest of the chairing team is, we won't have that ability usually. But it's basically, you have assemblies, you have that kind of conversation, let's do that point of contact, so you know this person is here for you when you need it. Also, like, local boards can reach out to us, it's not just the body that is sharing the same community, let's say. So it's a matter of that. For example, I've handled the communication community this year, and I've been a part of it before, and you can see the difference between the mandates of people that are there, and you can see, like, we have, for example, meetings. Imagine if that happened again. But the off moments are when it usually happens, like the individual changes. So that's so far what I'm looking for the most.
Thank you. I am going to ask if anyone else is writing or will ask any questions. If no, then I propose to close the speakers list. And speakers list is closed. Transition.
So, I want to say this appreciation on behalf of the National Board. First of all, thank you so much for applying and taking on this role within the Federation. And we are really happy to see, and myself particularly, that you are still motivated for another year to support ESN Portugal in the sharing team. This has been a ride this last year, and it's amazing to continue to work with you for the next year, and we are so happy for you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I will repeat myself because everything that I said to Gonçalo, I'll say to you. In the name of ESN, congratulations for your candidacy and also for your position as communication community manager. I want also to say that it has been amazing to watch you grow not only as communication manager, and for other roles that you might have taken within the last year. And also appreciate your efforts, your dedication in every single thing that you do. And I say it again, that we are really happy that you're applying, and that we are sure that you will do an amazing work.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you as well in the name of this sharing team for applying. Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to say something, and I want to wait until the end of all the applications. Most of the question rounds have been, even though the questions are not bad themselves, you guys are questioning some very right things, I say like that, but also the question rounds have been surprisingly short. Okay, so guys, this is your space, this is the room for discussion for everything that you want. If you will exceed time, just leave it to me to cut you short. Okay, we're gonna have another year with big things happening. If everyone is voted for, we're gonna have a national board with 5 people. We're gonna have a city with 1 people, and no audit body as for now. So this will also bring challenges. So guys, scrutinize. Feel free to ask questions, and it's better that it's just us to cut you short than you guys cutting this type of question round short or this time for discussions. Okay, I just wanted to highlight this. It is what it is, I know. And right now, I will call Carolina, I think, and the rest of the Senadores who wishes to, the presenters, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello everyone. I hope you're enjoying your first day in the NP. We are here to present our candidacy to the Southwestern European platform. Okay, so some basic information. The event will take place in Aveiro. As you may know, it's a city in the littoral of Portugal. It has wonderful beaches, amazing weather, and of course our typical sweet is ovos moles. We are aiming for 180 to 200 participants. Our proposed fee is 130 euros, and our worst case scenario is 160 euros. This is our proposed dates in order of preference. No. No. Opa. Okay, regarding the OC, so I'm Carolina Rodrigues, I'm the head of the OC.
I'm Caio, vice head.
I'm Miguel, I'm the logistics responsible.
I'm Patrice, I'm social program responsible. I'm Marta, I'm the communication responsible.
And I'm Rafael, the treasurer.
So this is our wonderful OC. So regarding the advisors, we have a really nice team of advisors: Rodrigo Gomes, Sara Lourenço, Filipe Marques, and Ana Sofia Machado. So this is the event program. As you can see, in the first day we're going to have registrations, a brief city tour, our opening ceremony, our international dinner, and the social program. In the 3 days we're going to have workshops, a lunch, workshops again. In the Friday we're going to have the Portuguese dinner and social program. In Saturday we're going to have our gala dinner and our gala party. And on Sunday we're going to have our departures. The breakfast will be served in the accommodation or in our office. Coffee breaks will take place in our office. There's free time before dinner time. We have contacted the venues for the sessions, the lunches, the gala dinner, the dinners, etc. And the office will be accessible full time. So, regarding the venues, for the opening ceremony, we're going to use the Congress Center of Aveiro. You have some information about the venue, and is 5 to 10 minutes walk from the accommodation and 2 minutes by car. Regarding the accommodation, you have two QR codes that you can scan if you want to know more about the accommodations, but we have 3 in mind. The second one, Welcoming Hostel, is one that will be short, and the other one, Hotel Afonso Quinto, is the one that we propose in our proposed fee. If we have the other one, it will be for the worst case scenario. And for the workshops and sessions, we all have University of Aveiro. We have a really good partnership with them. So we're going to use the Rectory building, the SN office, the cafeteria for lunch, and different apartments for the sessions.
Okay, so keeping up with the social program, we are planning to have the first night party at Maravilhas, that is one of our main partners, and the second one at South Club, that is also one of our main partners. Both of them have capacity to accommodate everyone, plus our Erasmus. So for the first night, we're planning to get together our weekly parties for the Erasmus with the participants of the event. Usually we still have to update now the partnerships for the next year, but we are expecting to keep up more or less the same conditions that we had for this year. So for Maravilhas, we have free entrance and minimal consumption of anything inside. The minimum thing is like a bottle of water or a fino that is €1.50. For South, the entrance is also free for everyone, but there is a minimum cost of €5 of minimum consumption for the men. This is something that we can negotiate. Sometimes when we have national events, we talk to the owner and we manage to have a free entrance for everyone. So this is our normal conditions for the Erasmus, but we can negotiate better conditions also for the event. Because like we cannot talk to him right now because 1.5 years before the event doesn't make so sense. But it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so for the partnerships, first of all, the University of Aveiro, as Carolina said, we have a really good partnership with them. So they are really getting together with us to organize this event. I will talk better when I start talking about the budget. IPDJ, as always, with the grants, the Page Pontual. Câmara Municipal giving us some spaces to have, for example, the welcome ceremony and maybe some other activities during the event. Turismo do Centro and Turismo Portugal. Turismo do Centro for logistics help and like contacts and other kind of information. Turismo de Portugal with the grant Portugal events. And Sala Maravilhas, our local partners. Rodri. Okay. Okay, so next steps. Book the accommodation. So first of all, we need to be sure that we are organizing the event. So then we can proceed with booking the accommodation of the hotels. We're gonna apply for the Portugal event. That is the main grant for this event. We have Rodri as advisor, and he already worked with this grant more than once, so we believe that's gonna be okay. And the applications open on the 1st of September. So after that, we're gonna be working on this. We're gonna guarantee the venues for the open ceremony and the plenaries. This is also something that as soon as we are sure that we're organizing the event, we can keep up with the conversation with the City Hall to proceed with the booking of the spaces. And also for the gala and for the night activities, like everything. As soon as we're sure that we host the event, we proceed with the confirmations. The same for the local partners and the same for the Portuguese dinners, pretty much all the same. So, I need to get closer now to be able to see. So for the budget, the main thing, this is the proposed budget. We are really conservative on this budget. So what does it mean? This might not be our base case scenario. We can even have a cheaper fee than what we proposed if everything goes well. So, for example, we have for the lunches, the price included for the university canteen. And we asked the university to pay for all the lunches for all the participants for the 3 days of the event. We really believe that they're providing this, This is going to be a 2,000 more or less euros less in the expenses of the event. So just because we still don't have the confirmation, we put it there because maybe if they say no, we're going to have to charge that. But we're expecting to have this paid. But talking about the incomes first, the participation total is the proposed fee 130. Fundraising event that is going to be specific events that we're going to organize for the Erasmus and allocate the profit of the events for the SWEP. This is already talked with the next treasurer of USNV, so this is okay. The section participation is what we may give to the event if necessary to cover losses. The grants, we have 10K, like as we talked to Rodri and more or less what you got for the General Assembly is more or less the same number of participants, so we're expecting to get the same. And the grants is combined, the Portugal events grant plus the Page Pontual that has a maximum of 1,500 euros. Private sponsorship is like local partners and other private sponsors that may help us to organize the event. Half is working on that already. We're still waiting for confirmation since there is still a long time until the event happens. So for the expenses, pretty much I hope everybody had time to read the proposed budget because like I cannot go like every line. But the main topics are the lunches that I already said. The dinner for Friday is, for Thursday, sorry. This is an international dinner, so the participants are expected to bring stuff, but we have a safety margin in case they bring less food and everybody can eat. So we put the €2.65, that is the price of the canteen, just in case we have to buy stuff for people to eat if there is no enough food. For the rest, this is like the budget, the whole budget is really based on what Toulouse and Padova had in the 2 previous years. So we really believe that we are gonna be close to this budget, we're not gonna run so away from this or even have better conditions if the university really helps with the lunches and some other grants, if we can get like other grants. This is the worst case scenario, so pretty much higher values for everything and the hotel changes if we don't host the event for the first weekend that we proposed, because they only have availability for that weekend. The main thing here that I'm sure somebody would ask, so I'm answering already, is the loss that we're going to have in the event. So as you may expect, this is a huge event. There is always a risk organizing this kind of event. So imagine that like, for any reason we don't receive the Portugal events, that is 10K that we are expecting to get. So it is sure that USNV is going to lose some money. And we cannot run away asking money in the street, so we're gonna, at the worst case scenario possible, we're gonna lose money for sure. But we are working hard to get really close to the proposed budget and avoiding having this loss of money. And that's all. Thank you.
Just before I open the question round, and she wants to say some more.
Sorry, it's just a little bit of context. Maybe I should have done this context before your presentation, but just so everyone is on the same page. The Southwestern European Platform, the organization is divided by the 5 countries. Each year we go for a different country organizing it. There is no written down system of who is going to organize it, but we do have an informal rotation system, so Portugal was on the list basically to organize SWEP 2024. So we opened the call for all the sections to see if anyone wanted to organize SWEP 2024. And also for you to have in mind is that the process will be, they are presenting the candidacy now for you to ask questions, understand if there are any ways they can improve their candidacy. And later on, Shanti will go on that, but later on you'll have an informal, let's say, voting if you support the candidacy. So we're not approving the candidacy or not because we don't actually have to, but it's a support if you support the candidacy or not. However, it is recommended that in the next national platform in Cuvillier, that they do a second presentation on the next steps and what is happening and how they're developing their work, because they will only have to present the candidacy for SWEP in January, because that's when the candidacies will open. Okay, so they have time, a lot of time to improve until January their candidacy based on your feedback. So if you have feedback, it's good that you give it now.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, it's open. Speaker's open. Right now.
Carla?
Hi, Carla, yes, and Lisboa. First of all, really happy to see your application for Swift. So I have a question. You talk about the coffee breaks being your office. I don't know where your office is in Aveiro, but if it's nearby all the locations, the places where we are going to have all the stuff. Sorry, I'm losing words. And all of that, because if it's far, I don't think it's a good idea. And if your office is big enough to have 200 people going in to have a coffee break, even though people can wait in the streets, we don't know how the weather will be. But, well, just a logistical question.
Okay, so our office is in the center of the university, it's inside the campus, it's provided by the university. This is like some miswording that we had, like it's not going to be at our office, we're going to have everything there allocated, but it's going to happen in any other room that the university provides. Like for all the national events that we organize, the university always provides all the venues that we need, so it's going to be sure that they can provide a big enough room or like one of the conferences room that they have for coffee breaks. So this is sure. The main concern that we have by now with the university providing stuff is for the lunches. All the rest we are 95% sure that they are going to provide everything. So it's not precisely at our office, but inside the campus.
So just a small note, that is not very well explained. So I would just say to write it in another way, because what you give an English presentation is that you're going to do a coffee break in your office, and so just to be better explained. Okay, just that.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's me again. So my second, I didn't know it was me next. So my second question, it's about the fee. I know the fee is quite normal for this type of events. I'm used to it. But my question is, did you try to find another way, like another, not an hotel, because it's not obligatory that this way needs to be, we need to stay in a hotel, like an hostel or something like that. I don't know if I'm able to answer all of that, but my question is if you try to find some easy other ways to have like a lower fee. Okay, because well, I'm in Portugal, so for me the fee is quite high, but I understand it. But in the same way, I'm just questioning if you try to find locations that would be cheaper to save more money on the fee.
Yeah, okay, so these two that are here and the third one are the best ones that we could find, because Aveiro doesn't have like a really big place so that everyone could fit in, besides Hotel Meliá. That one is really expensive, so the fee would go way higher. So these are the best ones that we could find. And regarding the price, we know that for Portugal it's expensive, but we also have to understand that we are in our prices are going higher every day. So and Aveiro is a tourist destination. So for the location, I think that the prices are okay.
And like talking about the budget, Welcome Inn is a hostel, so it's not the kind of hostel with 10 beds in one room. They have like 4 or 6 if I'm not mistaken. So it is a hostel, so it is already slightly cheaper than the other two. There are hotels. So like we can still approach and try to find others, but we don't think the best option here is going to be split the participants into 5 or 6 hostels. So we are trying to keep as 2. Maybe we can try a third one to lower the fee. This is something that we can still work on for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you for your presentation. I'm really glad that someone stood up to a challenge, and also speaking about me, but also speaking about me, obviously. My question is regarding the venue for the ceremonies and the convention. So you mentioned in the candidacy, but then you do not present the progress report how it is going, but then you say in the risk analysis that can calculate the cost, but then in the budget you do not present it and in the worst case scenario at least. What do you think about
Yeah, that is the thing. Like, if we would have to pay for the place that is from the city hall, we can move it to the university. And for sure, if it's at the university, we don't have to pay. So maybe that's why there's a difference between.
So that's why you're putting it over this because if you pay, you go to the university.
Exactly, exactly.
And my other question, yes. So the other question is that the same budget, you have a particle of the tax, and then you have promotion material, and then you say that the section could provide a promotion material. Why are you putting that cost in the section?
Because we're not providing everything, let's say. We have like the basis of the welcome kits that we give for the Erasmus, we have enough to give for all the participants of the event. But we want to do a little bit like... Okay.
Can I comment? I'm sorry. If you're doing an event and you're receiving money for the fees, don't take money from your section that you're giving to the Erasmus. We put the charge on the event, so not split. And that's something that I can say now as national treasurer, like as advice. Like try to separate the thing of the event and your work as a section, because you still need to operate as a section for the international students, and you cannot compromise your work. Like, yeah, let's take the welcome kits and give it to the sweat and not give it to the, so don't do that, right? Like, if you do the event, if you have a welcome kits for them, do for the event. And like, separate the things. Don't put costs on the event and the cost of the section, because we have this reality in Portugal with recent international events that some sections might feel a bit financially unstable. So please do not do that. I cannot take any more another section with financial issues.
Okay, but the thing is that the university pays for the welcome kits, so we are also not paying. So we just have like enough from what we had from this year. We're gonna order new ones that the university will pay for next year, so we have enough already to give. That's why it's okay.
Yeah. So I was in the same meeting. First of all, congratulations for your candidacy. I was very happy when I saw it, and very happy if or when Swap will be in these events. I have a question regarding the advisors. I want to ask why do you feel there's a need for advisors? We all know that the regional platform is one of the most expensive events each year, and my question was cut off there. Sorry. And these costs will revert directly to the participants' fee. So.
Okay. What we thought is like, Swap Toulouse, for example, had 20 people in the OC. We have a really smaller OC. And we think we can do everything. Like, if we feel that we need more people, and probably we will need, we're going to open also a staff team that might be only local from ESNAP, or also nationally if it's necessary. And that's why we saw here as a need, since like some of us are new inside the section, some others have more time, but like, we think that it's best to organize this kind of event with more experienced people. So we have 4 really experienced people from the network working with us. So I think this was the best scenario that we could have. We'll have like the oldest members from ESNAP working in the event, also a few new ones. If necessary, we're gonna open staff or locally or nationally, and we have 4 advisors with like greater experience in ESN who can advise us to do the best organization for the event. And we don't think that this is going to be a huge change in the budget of the event, exactly because the OC is really smaller than the previous ones from the previous webs.
Yeah, it's okay for them to explain a little bit more. Like, we saw OCs from national events bigger than your, and I want to understand what is your strategy and how you think that if you will open staff, or how you will like complete the team, or if you think that the 6 of you are capable of organizing.
Okay, so this also goes according to what I said. So we also have a big team of advisors because we have a smaller OC, and combining the advisors with the OC, we have not all the knowledge, but we have the capacity to organize it. Regarding this stuff, that is something that we have not discussed yet. There are advantages and disadvantages of opening nationally. We would like to keep it internally, but if a great amount of people from another sections show interest in applying for the staff, that is something that we might consider.
And talking about the budget, this is something else that goes like we're gonna see better in the near future when we have more confirmations about the venues and everything. Because of course it is more costly to have a national staff than a local staff. Because most of the staff, if they are 100% local, they already have accommodation in Aveiro, they don't pay transportation and everything. So we have to provide all the costs for also national staff. That is something that is going to impact the fee as well. So this is something that we, by now, talk like to try to keep as local as possible, not regarding the environment, but we'll see talking only local by now. But this is something that we're going to see better in the near future.
Can I comment? Sure. It's only like, do you think that you are capable to keep it internally and manage events for Erasmus when sweat is occurring because it's the same
It's
time?
necessary, I believe so. We have enough human resources to do it.
Regarding the social plan, we based our social plan in the Padova and Toulouse candidacy. We have not thought about other ways to develop, but yeah, that's something that we can think as a team and try to put other things happening at the same time, since there is like during half a day that participants are arriving and they can be doing different things.
And also talking about the conditions, yeah, it's what I mentioned. Like when we organize national events, we try our best to have the same conditions. So all the previous ones that we organized, we had. Since I don't have the full confirmation right now, I set the conditions that we have typically for the Erasmus. So, but we are gonna try for sure to have the same conditions for everyone. Thank you for the advice.
Social SME, regarding more on the social program, lately, in the past few years, we've been trying to sort of demystify that TSI is just a network for parties. So My next questions are, do you think your candidacy could be impacted or it could be interpreted the wrong way by saying that the social program will last until 6 a.m. while you're having workshops in the morning starting at 9?
Okay. This is something that, like, at least in my point of view, like, this is something that we didn't really discuss. We can talk also after, but like, in my point of view, this is a responsibility, let's say, of the participants of the event. We can also say that the social program starts at some time and then it continues, and then they can stay in the social program until they want. Also because this is the typical hours that the bars and the clubs work, so if they want to leave at 3, they leave at 3, if they want to stay until 6, it's open until 6. So, yeah, this is something that...
Just a comment if I can.
Yeah, sure.
This is like more, I would say, feedback from GA and having to contact your partners. Like there's what I say, pros and cons here. So the participants will love to know that they can party until 6. Partners will not think, or certain partners will not take it well if you're sending them the program and they see, okay, the party is until 6 a.m. and these guys want us to take it seriously. Unfortunately, this is what happened. I had to have this very harsh approach with the program. Like, okay, we can't sell this as a party thing. We really can't if you want certain partners. It's more the feedback because I think your candidacy is great, and it could be a little bit tweaked just in the part of the social program. That's just my feedback.
Thank you. For sure, they're going to talk to you about GA and also to get more insight for the perspective.
Since you want to ask,
just to go back to what Sophia said about change, I really agree, and also for you to remind yourself that if a program says until a certain time, participants expect you to be responsible until that time. So it will be worse for you because you have to be responsible from 9 a.m. to 6 a.m. I don't think that will be very good for you. For example, in EGM was until 2 a.m. It was still already really late. And afterwards, we recommend people you can go to this stuff, but it's not part of the program. So I think that's something that you can do with what Sophia was saying. It ends at this time. But afterwards, this is one of our partners. You can use like you have a discount or whatever, you can go to this place. I think it will be better for you and for the participant and for the partner.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry, Sophia, the second question regarding the causes.
I know I can ask also that one.
You want to ask?
Yeah.
Sorry, Dia, because it's related. It's a follow-up.
So another follow-up question is that you mentioned the social program, so we're gonna have sort of 2 parties, one in Maravilhas and the other one in South. And you mentioned something that I thought was very cool. You mentioned, you can meet our Erasmus in the first night. And I said, great, go with that. Because at the moment, the way you presented it, it feels like, okay, it's just 2 parties in a nightclub. And again, we're trying to sort of fight that stereotype. So it would be cool if you could align your social program with some decent causes. And I think a good example that would be, for example, the first night we do a meet our Erasmus, something like that. This is more of a feedback than really a question. But yeah, feel free to comment.
Okay. I think until now, to this point that we are right now, we worked way more in the budget to present something concrete about financially. That is the main concern, let's say, by now. We still have a lot to work on the program itself, so the social program, how to align it with all the ESN causes and everything. So we also had recently and Sophia joining the advisors team, so we're gonna for sure work better the program, and the next time we present the follow-up as we're organizing SWAP, we're gonna have way more details about the program of the event.
Thank you. Yeah.
That question is poorly written because I ran out of questions. When I mentioned the people arriving to Albury using public transportation, of course in the form you put it, what? Okay. When talking about people coming to Albury, coming from airports, you put the airport and everything, that's okay. What I was thinking is, because we all know Portugal and public transportation, did you consider the fact that city might not be working, buses might be a little bit expensive to get there? Maybe put that in an application this might happen. If this happens, you have this option. Because trains right now are not really trustworthy, so and you're 1 hour away.
That is something that we did not consider, but
That is something that we did not consider, again, because we were focused on budget. But that is something that we will access also. And yeah, that's a really thankful thing.
Yeah. And it's mentioned also in the candidacy that we have like buses available besides the trains, because usually we don't have crowd of express and Flixbus to get to Aveiro, so we have two options at least. So we should cover is if there is a strike from CPA.
And that's one of the points where I've been working with commercial partners, trying to get these kind of companies like CP, Flixbus, LXV to work with us, and so we can have more of an insurance on that part with a discount, if possible.
I just didn't understand. So you have an advisory board to advise. My question is, will they be there like working? Staff will see something? Or will they just help you prepare? How will that work?
Well, we hope they will be there. Like in the budget, we're counting as 10 or 11. They're counting, we're counting the expenses for all of us. So we hope they can be here.
Carry off table.
Miguel Moraes, yes, in Lisboa. I totally don't know how it works, that's why I'm asking, but we saw a lot of expenses that I presume that you will have to pay in advance. My question is, are you expecting to have the money of the fees prior to that, or do you have that financial capability to pay all the things, or what are you planning on that?
Okay, this was a question that was sure that would be asked. We can cover almost the whole expenses, all expenses that we had, that we have listed there. So we're gonna try our best to talk to the partners and to the venues to have the last payments closer to the event. So the hotel, for example, pay, I don't know, half or 60-70% in advance, and then we can pay the rest closer, like 1 month, let's say, before the event. So we can also start receiving the payments from the other sections. Also, like IPDJ, we're expecting to do the application for Pago Pontual really in advance since January, so we're gonna receive the money way in advance before the event happens. So we are expecting to have enough money until the event happens to cover everything. Thank you.
Do you think the setup cost in the budget for the breakfast is enough for 200 people for 3 days? Because it's small.
The value that we put it there was based both in the two previous national events that we organized in Aveiro and the prices that Toulouse and Padova organized. So I know that Padova and Toulouse may have a different reality, but we're also based in our previous two events that we organized, and it's already slightly higher than what we expect in the two previous national events that we organized. But again, this is something that, like, if, for example, WA confirms that they're going to pay the event, we're going to have a lot of money to cover more coffee breaks.
Thank you. And now, I want to ask if someone else wants to add a question. Okay, so I'll close the speakers list. And the speakers list is closed. Thank you, Steve. Let's go for comment, Elsa.
So, on behalf of ULC, we'd like, first of all, to thank you to apply for an international event. We know that it can be a real challenge for a local section to host it, and I'm sure you'll have lots of challenges in this path as we had, but you can count on us if you have any question, any doubt, or just like anything you need, we will be there to help you out with things.
Thank you.
Well, later.
So first of all, congratulations on your candidacy. This is a comment, some advice, something for you to think. In my opinion, and I think in a lot of other people, right now probably not, it's not going to happen, but one of the things that will help you make sure that the event, especially in terms of financial, stays afloat and goes well, is to include the National Treasurer to help you to navigate through that because he has experience. And this is something that maybe for international events that we are with our section that had some trouble financially, maybe if the National Treasurer was involved a little bit more, we could have helped a little bit. So think about it, and it's probably going to happen. Okay?
And now, Gonçalo.
So I just wanted to say that, at least I'm speaking on my behalf, but I think I speak also for all the other members of the SNAV, that it's really good to see our section take this next step and to host an international event. Ever since I joined 2 years ago, I knew that we had the capability to do this, to be a section that hosts events on an international level. And I think that in spite of all the things that were mentioned here today, they can all be taken constructively, and they should all be taken constructively. And I think that we can really have the best Southwest European platform that has happened until date, and probably for a few years. So with that, I just wanted to wish the OC the best of luck, and I'm sure that you will succeed, especially after seeing a section like Minu host the GA. I'm sure that we have this capability. So congrats on our candidacy for this event.
So, before we continue, I just want to highlight that since 2017, not counting 2020 and 2021, we have at least one international event being organized in Portugal, and we're going to keep going for next year. So, round of applause for all of So, very quickly, before we move on as well, I want to propose 2 changes in the agenda. The first one is to change the section status to be presented now, because we believe that we are not hungry and we don't need a coffee break right of now. So the section status will be moved, will be switched to the next coffee break. And then after the coffee break, we will add the international network updates for today instead of tomorrow. So I'm going to ask if anyone disagrees with any of these changes, okay? So does anyone do not agree with any of the changes with the agenda? So I'll take that as a yes. So right now we're gonna start the section status, and I'm going to ask Leita to come here just to give you a briefing of what's going to happen.
Okay. So, as you know,
guys,
in the start of the year, we changes to the sections that we noticed. So, for sections that get the second one, the national platform becomes the national platform and present the state right now that led to getting the second one. As you know, we have a system of warnings. You get at the second one, you have to do a presentation, and then the third, you're automatically expelled from the federation. So this is the change that was done this year to make to have a place for the sections to explain a little bit what's happening and to try as a federation as a network to work together. So right now there are some sections with 2 warnings that if I'm not mistaken, there's only 2 of them present here, which is Castelo, Branco and Armada. I don't know. So they're going to do a quick presentation of the state, what they've been doing, what's happening, what's not happening, what maybe led to getting this second warning. And if you have questions for them or suggestions, this is the space for it. So I don't know who you want to go first. Everybody understood what's happening? Yes? Okay.
So let's go by alphabetical order. So, Almada, go first. Inside like guys, thank you.
Hello. Hello everyone, we are SN Almada. It's very nice to be here. Since it's our very first national event, our first NP, we organized community meetings in Almada. We know some of you from there. We hope you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it a lot, so let's do a quick presentation about our section. So SN Almada started in 2018, so it's turning 5 years this year. And from those 5 years, 2 of them were COVID. So we had a little bit of trouble keeping up with the board members and with our volunteers. Our office is located in LXV School of Health and Science. Some of you went there, some of you commented on the colors because it's very colorful. So just to do a quick update and for you all to know, our institutional partners are LXV School of Health and Science, Nova School of Science and Technology, Instituto Piaget, and Instituto Politécnico de Setúbal. So we represent these 4 institutions, and some of them have really good numbers of international students / Erasmus students. So, for example, LXV has more than 600 international students. Most of them are French, and we have around 20 Erasmus per semester. We do these numbers with our international department. Nova as well has around 100 Erasmus students per semester. I will talk about the little problems we are having with this institutional partner later. About Piaget, we have around 20 Erasmus students per semester. So as you can see, about Erasmus students itself, we don't have big numbers. We have more about international students who are doing full degrees at Almada. And about Instituto Politécnico de Setúbal, we have no info since we can't actually contact them. And I have reunited with Leitão, Vice President of SN Portugal, to talk about this because it's a problem we are currently having. And from previous history, we are having it since the beginning of SN Almada. About the board of this year, as you can see, this is the board. This is not the board that is currently holding spots because some of them were having troubles keeping up with the work or motivation. We have to be honest, sometimes if you lose motivation, you can't actually help a lot. We have, so what was our main focus this year was to promote some partners with our biggest helpers, which is Câmara Municipal de Almada, which is basically our main partner who helps us doing all the international work. We did some beach cleanups, we did some parties, we did some gatherings to get to know Erasmus, and we got to know some of them. We also have one major goal, which is like to promote health checks and sports. So for that we have some partnerships as well for nutrition assessments and physical assessments, and with that comes our partners who are mainly in sports, games and gyms. We have a lot of them, and we are currently working on new partners. Of course, some of them are working with us like not like a full contract, but they are doing like some isolated events. So this is some pictures we have about our events. So now I will go through some of the problems we are facing. So basically we are located in Almada, as you know that's very close to Lisbon, so it's very difficult to tell Erasmus students that we are apart from Lisbon because most of them are actually living in Lisbon, so they only study in Almada. So and we have good relations with SN Lisboa, they help us a lot, but in fact many of our students go to SN Lisboa because they live there. And as we all know, SN card is universal, it can be used everywhere. We can actually advertise that it only can be used in our events, so once they do the SN card in Lisbon, they will use it in our events because we do that. Another problems we are having, so one of the warnings we had was about the bank information. We have a lot of troubles because the founder of SN Almada is currently unresponsive, yeah. He's currently unresponsive, so we can't actually access the bank account and we can move the money and everything, but we can actually change those. And other problems we face, and I joined SM in 2020, so as most of you, as I've seen today, we are all newbies from COVID, not newbies now, but from COVID. And since SN Almada was only 2 years old, we didn't have much structure built, or conducts built, or like manuals to help us. We have a lot of alumni who try to give us some connections and try to guide us somewhere, but sometimes it's really hard because, let's be honest, we are small, we don't know much. Sometimes I'm gonna be totally honest, in the first 3 or 4 months, I was really afraid to ask questions, not because SN Portugal was not welcoming, but I was like, oh, this is going to be a dumb question. This is going to be a really, seriously, you don't know this? You're the president and you don't know this? Yeah, I don't know it. Now I do some of them. I had a call with Rita as well to help me fix some problems or to help me how to motivate the team, because since we are small, we had some events that we had literally 0 Erasmus coming and it was only the team. We have a lot of them, when it's about drinking they'll appear. But some of them that we scheduled a month before were not so successful, and that took us a little down. So mainly the board right now, we are constructing the board for the next year. We are trying to do some different approaches because we had from the board, we have from the 2 main universities, we are now trying to get from the other 2 because that helps with the internal connections and everything. The main problem that I was talking about before, about Nova School of Science, it's not actually a problem of the school because we have, they changed their persons responsible for international departments, so we have really good communication with them. The problem is, inside their students association, they created an Erasmus department, and they are basically doing what we are doing without the card. So they are giving discount to students without the card. They are doing events, and we asked them to join them, and we can work together. And it didn't actually work because they are very independent. We talked to the president of the students association, and she agreed with us, but she can't control because it's an independent group of work or a task force for Erasmus students. So currently in Nova we are facing those problems. In EGASMIS we don't have any problem because since it's my university, I control things there in a good way, of course. And we are very close because the person who is responsible for our Erasmus students actually works in our office because we joined forces. She had our own, we had our own. We joined because it was way easier because she had students coming there for SN and we had students coming to us for international affairs. So we joined teams and we are currently working very good on this. And on Piaget as well, they changed their international team, so we have good communications. Instituto Politécnico Setúbal, it's a completely different subject because they are like a fortress. They are my So yeah. So this has been our problems, our main problems as a section. But we have some volunteers who are motivated to work, who are motivated to make change. And me and Joanna, who is
The president of the chairing team.
we'll be keep working next year with the SN. We also have 2 other members who could not be here sadly because they are doing their final thesis, so they couldn't be here. But some of you met him, Leonardo and Beatriz, in the community meetings. They were there. So yeah. So the really big question is what's next. So our proposal is to reinforce the power of SN and SN Almada in our geographic area, to reintroduce, because in the COVID times, so basically during 2018 and 19, SN Almada became big, like inside our university, so they knew what it was, but then COVID hit us, and sometimes we are talking about SN and they're like, oh, we have that here in Almada. So we will be, our plans for the next year is literally printing big cards and reinforcing the idea, of course. So yeah, thank you.
So, I'm going to let Castelo Branco present first, and then the question round will be common.
Yes, yes, okay.
So guys, question round for Almada, and the speaker is open.
If this in Portugal. Just to give you a bit of context, as I've already told in ESN, I was actually local board of ESN when ESN Almada was created, and at that time it was a bit dramatic because ESN Lisboa was against the board before it was against the creation of ESN Almada, and one of the biggest, then people got smarter and started the issue. However, I remember that the biggest situation that ESN Lisboa had with ESN Almada and the concerns that we had in our board was exactly with FCT. At that time, FCT was the best relationship that we had in ESN Lisboa with the institutions. And so I was curious, like you know, you told me that now you have that Erasmus association, whatever, inside FCT. I was curious to know, like, for how long has it been that association, and like, yes, the events that you did in FCT completely stopped, or do you still do welcome days there? We used to do sessions for outgoing Erasmus, so all the Erasmus that went on abroad on that semester, we went to a session for them. Like, do you still do any of those events for FCT?
Okay, so thank you for the question. So about the first part, it started like this year, but since half of the last year they were already working in that Erasmus group, but didn't have like a full-on department. So this year was when they established a full-on department. About the event, so everything that is organized by the international department, we go. So welcoming sessions, outgoing sessions. The problem is like actual parties or everything, because like Students Association from FCT is like, oh, we support you, but like those Erasmus department is also from their own responsibility. So they are like, oh, we can promote outside. So, but basically, just to give you a context, we did an event and we were like, oh, can you promote it? And they were like, oh yes, we'll be talking with our communication manager. And the communication manager was like, oh no, it's not from the Erasmus department, so we won't promote it. Like, but everything that is organized by the university itself, like their board, yes, we still have great contact with that.
And my second question is, how many events do you do per semester overnight?
We try to do one every month. We would on welcome months we do more, but then like we try to do like one that was like every 2 weeks, which like get to know each other, get to know SNers, because we were like, oh, we can just do one because some of them won't show up because they can't, because of classes or everything, but we didn't have much. participation. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, just want to give a context since they are presenting their sections status, and I believe we are all here to also provide constructive feedback. I will not, at least for now, cut if you want to engage in some kind of tips or discussion. Okay, so feel free to come up with ideas, comments, not just questions, and then let it just fall. Make suggestions if you feel like it, offer your help, because I believe we are here all here for this. And with this, I go to Inês.
Inês, on the team of Yes in Portugal. So I just want to understand how is the prospects this year, if you have already elected a board, or if you have enough people in the section to elect the board.
Sorry,
and then the
sorry.
second question
Yes,
is
yes.
the same. To understand how your finances, to see if you'll be able to cope with paying your debts to Yes in Portugal in the future, or if this is going to be a current problem.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. So we haven't selected a board yet because we do it in July. So we are currently, let's be honest, we don't have much competition like for each position. So we actually build like a team of people we trust and who are motivated. We have good prospects about the next term because we have some motivated people that we bring. That were like on the second or third year of university, so they catch a lot of COVID, but they are very motivated. About the finances, the only problem we have is about changing the responsible for the account. So we don't have, I think, problems with the finance, like paying that to SN Portugal. Currently, we are all good. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was my second question. So
Yeah.
If that situation you had with problems with the bank, is it fully fixed right now, or is the founder still unresponsive?
Yeah.
So you still have not been able to update the information in the bank?
No. We have full access to the bank, to transfer, to do movements, everything, except for the actual change of responsible. But we have the second one, which is our vice president, so that's why we haven't had a problem. She will be leaving the board next year, as it's on her second year as alumni from the university. We think we can have problems next year because we don't have one responsible person on the board. Yeah.
From the other team point of view, you do have a person that does no longer belong to the board of Yes and Amada, if I'm understanding properly,
Yes.
but still has access to your bank account.
Yes.
That's clear.
So can I just
yes.
make a suggestion on this? I have that point on there, but since the
it's the same.
Since the topic is the same. So for us in Aveiro, we don't need the previous board members to have access to the bank account, as it is an ESN Aveiro bank account. We just need the minutes from the General Assembly saying that the treasurer and the president changed, and so the bank
automatically.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if that isn't possible, maybe have you thought about creating a bank account on another bank and just transferring the money and try to make it more clear how you can do the.
We haven't tried actually,
Yeah.
but if you could help us on that first, yeah.
It was my question. That's good enough. But it was like the new elected board just goes to the bank with the General Assembly minutes of election and taking office, and then
Okay.
just presents to the bank saying, look, we are the new holders of the board positions. We need access to the account, but then they change.
Oh, okay.
So we never go to the bank in August with the previous board. We just go the new one with the new documents signed by all the members who were present in the General Assembly, and then we get access to the account.
Okay.
What is your bank?
Caixa.
Can I comment on that?
It's okay.
Just so you know, the account is from the organization, not from the person.
Yeah.
Not from the other.
No, yeah, it's from the organization. Yes.
So exactly what they said. They need the minutes and they need the XCVA. XCVA is like single man. So if you have those two documents, basically what that means is that if you have the minutes, means that you were elected. So you are in charge of the association. If you have the XCVA, it's like a document that you can go to. So
solicitador or whatever to do this.
Yeah.
And that also means to the state that you are the responsible of the association. If you go to the bank, you don't need the previous person.
Oh, okay.
You go there, this is our account, I'm in charge. Normally you need two people, normally the president and the treasurer sign the documents and it's done. So the process is exactly like that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just to clarify, like we have to do this, for example, tomorrow, because when the new board is elected, then we will need to change.
Okay.
So we're gonna have a minute, and we can show you just how it is literally, because then you will need this documentation to change the owners of the bank account for next year.
Okay.
So, sorry. Rafi.
So I think it's very important that we discuss these details, and thank you for your detailed presentation as well. But we need to remind ourselves who we are here for, and those are the international students. So I'd like to know a little bit more about your buddy program, if you are implementing it, or if not, what's like stopping you from, and if we can help with anything.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we implemented last year. This year we tried it, but we didn't have much success because the problem is, and this is a help I need from all of you who are more connected to this. So we start the buddy program in September, like the beginning of the semester, and then in the beginning of the second semester as well, because different students. But the students that don't actually show up or register for the buddy program, they just directly send DMs to everyone who's involved in SN. So I don't know if this happens with the other sections, like they are using direct messages. So since the buddy program wasn't actually working as supposed to, we decided another approach, which was like we created a WhatsApp group, which is called like Erasmus Community in Almada, where they all enter for free and they ask. It's like the buddy program, but on a more informal way, yes, and they are in contact with everyone who works as a volunteer at SN Almada. We tried a different approach to help them, and it actually worked. They send messages. If I'm not available to answer, she is, and every other volunteer. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So, do you want to add on this?
I have a follow-up question. Just to clarify, you said that they are DMing you, so the international students are just DMing you on Instagram, on your
Yes,
account?
on our social accounts of SN Almada.
Okay, not like the volunteers, because they wouldn't have access to those.
With that WhatsApp group, they do have access to our personal contacts, but it's with the full consent of each.
Yeah, that's not my concern. When you say you're using the buddy program, you're speaking of Papaya, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, and that's not working because they're like the first interaction you have with your Erasmus students is putting them in that WhatsApp group?
No. It was not. It was the second approach. Like, oh, they are not using this buddy program, so here is another option, and it works way better.
Oh, just I have a reaction. Sorry. I put a question that's going to be covered by this topic, so then you can push it to Hobby. I just want to say that, for example, this year, in this past mandate, we struggled a lot, for example, with the connection and closeness with our international and Erasmus students is something that we talked about in LBN. Here I think, and touching more on the topic that you mentioned, you have this Erasmus department thing that's kind of a rivalry with what you're trying to do. Here the thing is, if you're, and this sounds very basic, if you're friends with the Erasmus, if you go out for coffee with them, if you help them with housing, if you help them with paperwork, this sounds very manipulative, but just if you're their friend, if you reach out to them on a personal level, they will do your activities and they won't go to the other departments things, because this is something that I understand your point of view, but it's just sometimes the approach is really just connecting more with Erasmus instead of, okay, let's reach out to the institutional partners and try to convince the department. No, it's maybe more focused towards the other part.
Yeah. Thank you. I do agree, because we do both approaches. Like the first one, institutional, like the welcome day or the welcome sessions, and then a more personal one. Yeah. Thank you.
I love it too. That also
is very important. Like if I was a person, an important person within an international partner, institutional partner, I think it would be better for me to hear from international students how impactful ESN was in my life than to hear directly from you. Not because I would like to, not like that, but it's more impactful, you know, to hear from them. Like they did this for me, so maybe they will start to think to do a little bit more for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe this is your biggest question, yes, sorry. Chico, institutional partner.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you is that you presented for higher education institutions that you partner with. My question is, are those formalized agreements? Like, do you sign a protocol stating that this and Almada will incorporate any kind of judges, Almada, in the integration and operation of promoting mobility?
We did sign it with FCT and LXV. Piaget at the time was not, at the time like when we were founded, was not very responsive. Institute Polytechnic Setúbal, as we said, it's completely closed. We, like they answer a few emails like, oh yeah, come here, we go there, and they're like, oh, that's amazing, but
My follow-up question is, since those two are formalized, do you go to the welcome sessions of FCT, for example?
Yes, we do. We do a full presentation of the association and everything.
Then I have suggestions.
Yes, yes.
The first one would be have a stand in the end of the presentation with only ESN stuff.
Mhm.
And present ESN and maybe sell ESN cards.
We do. We have.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. Nice. And the suggestion would be in regards to the working task force, whatever, from the student union.
Mhm.
Maybe, as it's difficult to deal with that issue, but how do you try to suggest to integrate that task force within the section?
Yes.
So like start trying to negotiate with them and recruit them to the section.
We tried, and they were very like, oh yes, we can do something together someday. And we're like, oh, we want to do this. Like, for example, I was talking with, I guess, SN Lisboa today. About that beach cleanup. It was a partnership with the Câmara Municipal de Almada and also Câmara Municipal de Lisboa. And we were like, oh, we are doing this, do you want to join us? And they were like, they didn't answer. We did it like for 3 weeks warning, previous to the event, and they did a beach cleanup 2 days before our cleanup.
Yes, a more harsh approach. Like, try to recruit FCT students, like go in their territory and that is what I would do, because like because they are not cooperating with you, they are deliberating.
And I have a question following. So
I don't know.
Sorry. Like, so that's the department from the assistant student of FCT.
Mm-hmm.
So it's inside of assistant student.
Mm-hmm.
And since you have good relations with FCT as a university, how does FCT see the work of the students?
No comments.
They don't comment.
They are like,
So
they are
make
independent,
you-
yeah. They are like,
But
oh,
at the same time, they are cooperating with you. It
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense as an institution for them to do
yeah,
that.
I totally understand your point of view because I thought the same. Yeah.
And that's where I was going. If I were you, I would go there to present this. Like in that, I mean, not in that way, but I mean, try to be more like proactive, because it doesn't make sense for them as a university having to, like, assistant students doing that, since they have you doing that. Like, they should go to the assistant student and say, don't do that. Don't do that, or go, yes and no. I mean, that's, of course, in an ideal world. But I was going to say, like, you need maybe, like,
A little bit more.
predatory behavior. Very good.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry. Just shut up. I was. This is a little not so good to say, but like the person who is responsible for that department is leaving this year, so I was like, I'm going to the next person and be like, hi. Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Elder Yasmin.
Swap.
Could you tell us more about your internal structure and how you manage your volunteers? Like, how are you divided? How do you work? And how many volunteers do you have?
Okay, so our recruitment is open all year because like we don't actually have that much volunteers for each semester. It's open all year. We do like an interview, And after that, we ask them what they would like to do. We see their CVs, like very lightly, because like let's be honest, sometimes a person has done something and it's really good at other things. And they joined task forces for each section, but we all for each section, no, for each like department. But then we all work together towards the same thing. So we have like, for example, we have like 12 volunteers, like from the recruitment from this year, but some of them went on Erasmus in the second semester. But they still help us like online, like some other things we need or anything, yeah. Thank you.
Joe, I believe your question is related to this, but if you want to add.
So, but first, my question is related, but first I just want to thank you for the presentation. Our work as volunteers for making this hard enough, so I can only imagine.
Louder, please.
First of all, I want to thank you for your presentation. Our work as volunteers, obviously, is hard enough as it is. I can only imagine being in your situation. And I really value and praise that you are still fighting for your section and for ESN, always thinking of the international students. And that motivation is the most important, and I can see that in you. So that is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really value that. Also, I really hope you know it's my last PN, so it's the last time I will see you, but I love seeing you with the campus. Our question was like regarding your recruitment. I want to ask if you have like a sort of structured recruitment, because for ESN Coimbra, this is one thing that helps us a lot expanding and gaining visibility, because the relationship that our volunteers establish with the international students and the voice that they get really help us have a name in Coimbra, the city and with the national student associations, and also like regarding events tendency and participation, like you were saying. So I'm asking like your volunteers, if you feel like your recruitment process is work in this area for them to have relationships with Erasmus, so they can bring the Erasmus.
Thank you for your question. So yes, we have tried to do that connection in the most genuine way, because that's the only way they will feel like they are welcoming, because there's not like in every situation in life you need to connect real and genuine with the people. Our recruitment also looks a lot about looks forward to, yeah, sorry. Looks forward to give Erasmus the experience of like a friend, someone they can reach out, like the buddy program, like everything. Two of our, like for example, two of our recruiters have excellent skills except for communication with Erasmus students. So we had like not like troubles, but we have like 2 or 3 situations where we were like, oh, you know, maybe don't answer him like that. So, hello, this is the, like, hi, how are you? Yeah, you know.
We have been working throughout our growth, and it's very important. And we found that if we, and also because in Coimbra we have the obligation for our volunteers to actually be in events and actually get to know and actually be friends with them. Because if they get to know me as part of the ESN, we are more likely to join ESN and get to know ESN and join our events. And the way I relate with them is very important for the growth of ESN. That's why so I think that's a point that we should focus if you want to communicate with Erasmus to be one of the.
Thank you.
Just before we move on, we are already a little bit more than halfway through the topic, even though overall we are behind on the agenda. So, because we also, Castelo Branco also has the right to present and to hear your questions and comments, I'm going to propose to close the speaker list. Does anyone oppose? Thank you. Speaker list is closed. And now we go to David.
My question is, how many active members does your section have?
Active members, we are 17, and volunteers is 12.
All of them actively help and are included in...
Yes, most of the times, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, now I was curious. What's the difference between an active member and a volunteer?
No, yes. I didn't thought
Like,
about it. I was like everyone,
Okay.
and the volunteers who are not on the board.
Ah, okay.
I was separated, like the recruitment ones.
Okay, okay. We go now to Aisha.
I just want to ask, what are your current techniques to promote kids and Almada, and what exactly are you guys willing to do to approach more Erasmus students, and in other words, relaunch Yes and Almada?
So thank you for your question. That's actually one of our biggest challenges for this year and for the next one, which is what I was saying, bringing to the acknowledgement of everyone around, not only Erasmus students, but also Portuguese students. Because if a Portuguese student knows that SN Almada exists, and they have like a colleague who is coming from Erasmus, who is coming in Erasmus, they can also talk about it. So our main approach will be through welcoming sessions, not only from the university, but also creating our own welcome session. Because like we are, as I said, in the three now universities, we go to their welcoming sessions and to their outgoing sessions as well. And we want to create our own session where we can have the full time for ourselves and to present SN Almada and to present SN to which I believe there are a few, not many who don't know what SN is, but SN Almada specifically, and to also through social media, because we are also talking with our university's communications manager, they don't have that name, but yeah, to promote and to share the existence of the association and the location of the office as well. Because people, from my experience in Almada, people, when they see a physical space, they like kind of believe it more, that it's something real or something they can trust. I'm talking about people who didn't even know SN International existed, okay? The ones who do trust all the way. Thank you. But if you have any suggestions, we accept everything, because like we are trying to like relaunch, that's the exact word.
Just a suggestion about you told I'm Antonio from
Name and
SME.
section.
Sorry?
Name and section.
Antonio from SME. Okay. So you said you are trying to implement your own welcome session, right? I would just like to suggest for you to turn it interactive with Erasmus, like for them to know each other as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that will build a group already since the beginning, and that group will be within your group, let's say from volunteers, and it's more easier to bring them for future events. So if that first interaction is very interactive in between them and with icebreakers and stuff, I think it will be better for you.
Yeah, thank you. We are talking about a full-on section like on a room, but we do like a welcoming dinner and party where we already do some activities for them to get to know each other, but we want to do something more like a more arch approach, like this is us.
Kaya?
Hello, Karen from Yes in Poland. So thank you for your presentation. I'm also from a section that has been struggling, so I feel you. But it seems like you're really trying and like really all the best wishes. My question is, because I believe ESN, being an ESN section is all about the network and benefiting from the network. So my question is, what kind of support or help would you expect or appreciate from other sections and to the national level? What do you think they could offer you so you can overcome the challenges?
Okay, so that's a very good question, because like from a national point of view, they already help a lot. Like I said, I was the one who was afraid to make the questions or like showing that I didn't know exactly what I was doing in some specific topics. On a more local, I'm already working, we will be working even more next year with SN Lisboa, because our main thing that is not actually working the way it's supposed to be is exactly the students who live in Lisbon and who don't actually know that SN Almada exists. So a lot of SN Lisboa volunteers tell them, oh, your section, so you're from this university, oh, so your section is from SN Almada, so they help us a lot already. From the other sections, the help we can expect is literally helping us in specific occasions where we can't actually imagine right now. But yeah, as a whole team of SN Portugal and local sections, we hope to get elevated and
relaunch.
relaunch. That was the best word. Thank you.
Thank you. Vita.
First, thank you for your intervention. It was really good to see you speak so passionately and really about your section and how you defend it. I was going to say my note is more personal, but I think at this point everyone's note because everyone's also curious about your section. And I think it's because you guys don't have to show off like what you do, your activities, your actions. What are the main challenges you face on being more active on the network? It kind of goes along with your question, but how do you think you can show off more what you do?
For the international students or as a local section in the network?
The section in the network.
Okay, so we had some troubles like coming to the national events and actually getting to know everyone. Our local representative, I know that position doesn't exist anymore, but like the person who was supposed to do that job had some issues, couldn't come to the first two NPs, that's why we were not expected to come as well. We also have, which is actually a question that was made for Marta, I guess, when she was proposing, which how did she manage the whole work-life balance? So I was thinking, and I talked to Marta about it like a few weeks ago, because like I do a lot of things besides SN, and I joined SN because I think that I could bring something good and something different from my other international associations experience. And the main problem and the main challenges I saw was like, so I was counting so much on that person to go to the event and to help me because she has been in the SN for the last 3 years. So I was like, oh, she knows a lot, so she can help us, but she'd have some personal life issues, so she couldn't come. And as my life was literally everywhere, my weekends are working all the time, I couldn't come and couldn't actually be present in the meetings and online ones as well. I was like in one, and then Joanna was in another one, Diogo, Marines, everyone was like joining meetings, but the problem was if I myself could not understand some of the proceedings, how can I help my team understand it? You know, like, because they are in SN for less time than me, so I was like, if I can't give them as a president the help and support they need, how can I lead this association to go even to better places? Thank you.
Gonçalo, I believe some of this was already covered, but I don't know if I want to ask something specific or not. Because I talked already about FCT and some of the houses, university.
Thank you. I wanted to ask more like how do you cooperate with the colleges, like in terms of promoting yourself and for example if you promote your recruitments with the college, because it's really cool that even that small, so I can say that you have such a good relationship with colleges. That's something nice that you can start everything. So it's really good that you already have protocols and that it's easy for you to speak with them. But how are you using that? Like, for example, it's easy for you to say, okay, can you spread this email about recruitment? Can you spread this email to our international students?
Yes, it's very easy actually. It's actually even better now because, as I said before, the two departments from the other two universities changed, and they are like very. The two of those persons who are responsible for the international department were in SN. They did Erasmus, so they are like very into the community. So that was a really good point, and helping spreading the message in every event and everything that we need. Yes. Yeah.
You can use it to get more knowledge for you, to reach to the international students easier, and like once they arrive, you can know where they go there, and make your presence to study. And the more you do that, the easier it will be, for example, the other association that is rivals, it's easier for you to differentiate yourself if you use that one.
Yes, it's true. Because, in that case specific of FCT, the situationship is like we can actually access the students via institutional emails that they send, but their students' union has way more power over those students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have an anonymous person asking about Portuguese. So also, sorry, Gonçalo, write down this question for the students on WhatsApp.
Okay, so my comment is an advice is that like you use Portal a few times, but
Not as much as we
use
should.
Portal for all of your events because, for example, you were mentioning that you were mentioning that you did an event and no one showed up, or you don't know how many people are showing up, and you put a lot of effort into something you don't even know how many people are going to attend. So if you do that on Portal, you're going to be aware of everything that is happening on the event. Also, your international students will be much more aware with more detailed information. And also, like for us, like here in Portugal, we can also check on you and see how you're doing and help you if you need. And another suggestion is that you said you do one event per month, or during autumn weeks, or at the beginning of the semester. I'm going to say this, it does not mean that if you make more events, it's going to be better. More events does not equal better events. However, maybe if you try to do a little bit more than one event per month would be better to create some frequency, cadence in the events and in the building of the community and the international students kind of come together and meet during your events and become something that, yes, we're going to meet at that event on Yes Almada. Oh, in 2 weeks we're going to have another one. Are you going? So I think that would create more like a sense of community if you do a little bit more frequent. Which doesn't mean you have to do 20 events per month.
Yeah, thank you, and we agree with you.
Yeah. Yes, and me. Since I'm the final question, I just want to say you handled this round of questions very, very well. Once again, great presentation. We're all here for you. Please take these feedback, questions, comments as constructive, and I hope you take it in the best way possible. Once again, we're all here to support you, and we're here for the success of this and all. Just a final question. I thought of this when Ju was giving her question as well. You have a recruitment process that is open throughout the year, which is very interesting. We do not work the same way. I was just wondering, how do you ensure the same onboarding of every volunteer? For example, you can't have a retreat for every volunteer, and so on. How do we ensure this?
We don't. I'm being totally honest. We tried our best, but like it's obviously it's not the same for everyone. And like someone who joins in the beginning of the semester learns and learns a lot of things that someone who is joining at the end of the semester. The thing is, since we have not so many volunteers as other sections, we don't want to let that opportunity pass by. Like they are like, oh, then okay, so if you open your recruitment next semester, then I'll apply after. And sometimes they forget. Sometimes they, because like let's be honest, this is my point of view of this. Like, if you want to do a project while you are free, you will do it. But after the semester starts, like you're already in other projects. So maybe you're like, oh, I can't do it anymore, because like it's not on your priority list. So because if, like for example, if I join an international association in July, I will make different decisions for other associations that I will be joining in September. So our open recruitment bases on that. Like we are always open, so people can join us anytime, because like that's the perfect time when they think they have time, and after they actually booked that time for SN Almada, they will not choose other things, or they will work with their schedule. I don't know if I was clear.
I understand. I mean, there's not a good, not good, let's say, there's not a right way to do this. It's just that, for example, if you're going to continue with that process of being open and, of course, making the most advantage out of the availability of people, which is another thing, just ensure that you have guidelines and sort of maybe schedule a retreat or something specific to gather everyone that has been, for example, in the first semester has a retreat here or so on. These are just suggestions, because you end up not having maybe as much integration within the team and as much, how I say this, like sharing the best practices and knowledge if you just keep like getting people people throughout random parts of the year. So maybe create guidelines, establish like the biannual retreat or something. I don't know. It's just like something to keep you thinking about this.
Yeah, thank you. We will do that.
Okay, Sally Serena, I want to ask, as a reaction or like advice that I didn't ask as a question. I don't know if you did like scheduled recruitments or not. You don't have to answer, it's not a question. But maybe you can try that again. You said that people might forget that the recruitments are gonna happen like I don't know in August, September when you're gonna do it. But that's the time when you have to promote section as much as possible. So all the sections gotta work together, like social media, university relations and stuff like that. So that's the time when you are most visible to the local students. And of course also, I mean, these associations like making recruitment and we just like hear about ESN, even as an international student, as or a local student. And maybe that would work better just to like more structure. Because it feels like, oh, I can join whenever, but it also feels like I can leave whenever.
Yeah.
And yeah, everyone can leave whenever it's volunteering, but we don't want that. We want to increase the retention of the volunteers in our sections and stuff like that. So maybe consider to have like a better, not better, it sounds wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe to work like this, yeah, with a more structured recruitment.
Yeah, that's amazing. I never thought about that point of view. Like, oh, if I can join it whenever I can, yeah. I never thought about it. Yeah, thank you.
Just quickly to add on that you can actually have the recruitment open throughout the whole year if you prefer this way, but then you can also schedule two or like do it one semester recruitment that we're going to promote to the students so they are attracted to it, and then if you have people that are also interested outside of the recruitment, they can still join, but then this ensures you a visibility, for example, in the university for other students, so they know that this exists and like, okay, I can join now or I can join the other time, but just like a little bit more visibility, I think.
So, just last word, I'd like to thank all of you for your comments, your suggestions. We are here for it, so it means a lot to us as an Almada, to who's here and to who's not here but wish they would. Thank you so much for your comments.
Sorry, I know I called you here, but I'm actually going to propose something a little bit different since this topic took a little bit long enough, which is very good because it seems that we are engaged, and when we see a section that itself, we try to do our best. Don't forget also to take this to the corridors and to all the informal moments and after the MP. Castelo Branco sign is now, but since I sense that, okay, we are a little bit tired, my proposal is to split this topic in half. We go to coffee break. When we return to coffee break, Castelo Branco will present and you'll give the same energized feedback and questions that we have for Almada. And then we do the international network updates, okay? We are good? Yes. We'll see, we are good for coffee break? Before we go to this coffee break, we have
Guys, this is really short. As you know, yes, in Portugal is the thing, the cutting, the grow. I don't know, like we have a lot of stuff in our warehouse that we don't need anymore. So we did this in our last NP. We had towels, we had some things, and now we have a lot more things for you. Right now, we have some pillows, some floating things from EMM
Coffee break started now.
Yeah, you can go.
Back at 5:30 on
We have some pillows.
Preciso disto, vou deixar isto aqui. É um S. Não, mas ter a cena que eles enviaram. Lá na caneta. E os tapa-cenas. Não tapa-coisas do computador. Eu aceito uma caneta. Peraí, para taparem o computador e ver fotografias. Pega! Um tapa-cena. Pega um tapa. Pega um tapa-câmara. Faz uma caneta. Não, o que vocês estão a fazer a vossa vida? O que vocês estão a fazer a vossa vida? Como vocês não só vai dar ainda temos lá mais 3 caixas. Próximo ano que já sei o que vai acontecer. Vai que poderá necessitar de uma caneta pobre. E deixa as pessoas fluir. É isso que eu estou a dizer, este é o momento. O que é que tens aí, Vinha, mais? A caneta tem uma cena para tapar a câmera do computador.
Olha isso.
Ah, também eu.
Posso interagir porque estou no auditório.
Ai, tu eras do webcam. Oh, puta, stream estava mais engraçado.
Eleições, mano, que é.
Eu e o Caio.
Mas tu tem que vir para o que é? Estão com limites de notas que não
Foda-se calor. Não quero. Barulho.
Sim, mas aí. Mas aí também. Mas assim, imagina que acontece uma vez só. O EGM, e o EDMI são muito cadeiros de toda a
Eu vou só gerar.
Este aqui não parte da cabeça sem está tudo isso aqui. Mas já ela vai ser renovada.
Também tenho na minha conta privada.
Isto fala. Isto aqui fala.